maintenance query. So we've not loaded anything yet into a model, we're just seeing a preview really of the data in the application. So we now need to add our other data sources. I'm going to go new source, and this time we're going to pull in our Excel workbook from that same folder. So we're going to say PBI dimensions. So we've selected Excel now, so it knows it's Excel. And we get four tables, as it were, or four sets of data here that's given us an option for. Because if you remember, when we were looking at product, we had a product table also. Sorry, product also had a table. It's classified as a table. I'm going to use that, not product, because that would have taken off some of the headings that we don't want, bits of data we don't want in there. So it's going to give us a cleaner import. I'm also going to take the geography one, and I'm going to take the manufacturer. We can do them all together, and we'll go OK. There we go. So we see our three tables there. We will go back and we're going to do some manipulation on these in a little while. But before we do that, we'll bring in our last sets of data, which are ones in our international sales. Now, we could pull them in individually, like we did for the US, but there's a really handy feature in Power Query, which lets us put in an entire folder in one go. So I'm going to select that. So you need to go and find, say, other, and then we'll get a further list. And you see there's all sorts of things here. There's loads of other things we're going to use folder. So I connect. Now you ask us for the path of where that sits. So I'm going to say, my data student materials. It's sitting in my data, and I want this whole folder here. And you will only see this if you've unzipped the attended class. And make sure you've unzipped it. You won't retrieve the data otherwise. Go OK. So we're going to check a step now, and it's given us a list of files first with all the folder paths. And by default, it's just going to take a combine and that's all. So all it's actually doing is put them all into one query. It's second guessing on the first one what it thinks the data looks like. Looks about right. So there we go. There's a couple of things I want to do first. Again, we've got the zip number. So zip is a number. This is more important because some of the countries, their zip or postcodes are alphanumeric. So that's going to cause us an issue when we load. Remember, it's only loading the first part of the data. Initially, it's guessing it on 200 rows, and even here, it's only profiling on 1,000 rows of data. So when we get in another file, it's going to find an issue with that. So I'm going to change this immediately and change this to text. And again, I'm going to replace current. Again, this looks okay. I'm going to change this just to be consistent again. Fixed decimal number, replace current. And we've also got the source name here. We don't need that here. If we didn't have country actually in the file, which you might not have, but we just had it in the file name, you could use this to identify the country. We don't need this. So we can remove it. Now, you can either do this from the menu at the top, so you see there's remove columns here, or if you're working on a column, you can usually right-click and find what you want. And I'm just going to say right-click and remove. It's sometimes a bit easier to navigate because it gives you all the options. So remove. Just a quick check of your data, just make sure you're happy with it. I'm happy with that. And so then I'm just going to go back on the other ones because we haven't done anything yet with the files we downloaded from on the Excel file. So let's start with the product table. So this doesn't look on the face of it too bad, but then when we look at it in a little bit more detail, there are some things we can improve. The first one is we've got product here, but we've also got something else going on here. And what it's actually done is it's added a delimiter. between the product and some sort of categorization. And it'd be nice to split that out into a separate column. And we can do this again if I right click, or again I can do it from the top, but if I do the right click here, and I'm going to say split column by the delimiter. And this one's a pipe, which the pipe sits on, if you've got a UK keyboard, it's on the bottom left hand corner, just above the control. So I go there, and I'm just going to say left. So you do have quite a lot of options. You can do a lot of things with it, with the split column. But I'm just going to do that. So you now see we've got two columns. So we've got a new column here. This is our product. I'm just going to rename this and just put one after it. This one is going to be called segment. Okay, so return. And again, you could change the name, but the easiest way by doing a rename here, but I find the easiest one is just that vehicle heading. We also have category. The way that Excel file was structured, and you can often see this in Excel, you get like a heading and sub-detail, but the heading is not necessarily repeated all the way through the rows. So here we've got mix, then we've got rule, and so on. Normally, Steve or myself, or we wouldn't recommend that you would do this, but we know in this case that the data is in a consistent format. And what we can do is ask it just to fill everything down and assume everything up to the next category is going to be a mix, and so on. So I can do here again, right click, fill down, and it automatically copies everything down and get all of these different categories. So the last thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to look at the price. As you see here, we've got that looks okay, but the problem is we've got the text field. And the reason we've got text field is because we've got the currency and the number. A number of ways you could do this. You could split the data, split by delimiter like we did here. The way we're asked to do it for the lab today is to use is to add a column and do a column, for example, and this is quite clever. So if I start by typing in here, so I just click on here and I do C, press return, it's guessing that this column, all I want is the first bit, the currency code. I go OK, I'm happy with that. And I'm going to do it again, so I'm just going to say do a column from an example again. And this time, I'm just going to start typing the numbers in first. So data. And again, push return. And again, it's worked out for us what it thinks that it's going to be. And say OK. And if I click on here, I'm just going to change this now for currency. We don't need this one anymore. But I'm going to remove it. Now, when I said earlier you've got all the steps, the great thing about this is if I've made a terrible mistake, oh no, I've taken the wrong column out. If I go back through the steps, you can get back to where you were. You can actually remove the last step that you had. So that's always really handy. Sometimes as well, if you just want to see what happens and then you're not happy with what you got. So we're happy with that, that's good. We just need to rename this, and now we'll rename this as our price. Yep. And one thing we need to remember to do is, at the moment, this price is showing as a text ABC. So I'm just going to change this again to fix decimal number. There we go, it's better. Quick look at it, we're happy. And this thing I'm going to whiz across to manufacturer. So what on earth are we going to do with this? Well, we fortunately have an option called
compose, and that sits on the transform tab. Literally all that's going to do, some of you will be familiar with this already from other applications. Excel has something like this, for example. You can, some of us call them pivot and pivot. But what we've done is basically turn the data around. So we've now got this we've got manufacturer here, logo. We've also got some other columns here as well. These haven't really got any information we want in them. I could again click on all of these and remove them. But if you, quite often it's a good idea to do this the other way around. So I'm going to press the control, hold this and hold this, and this time I'm right click and say remove other columns. This is a good idea because we could get an update on our Excel file, and there might be additional columns that have been added into the Excel file. And if we're not careful, we could break the model because we've left ones in we don't want. So this one's good because it's just saying, this is all I want, I just want these 3 columns. So remove all the other columns. And the other thing we really need to do here is we need to have these look like the headings. So we can't use the option because we're trying to do something now on across the columns. We can't right click on a particular column, but we have an option here to use first row as headers. So we're just going to do that here. And now that makes a lot more sense. And the last one we're going to look at then is our geography. Now this one we can do the same thing again because you see here we've actually got our headings here, but it's pulled in these additional columns here. Sorry, rows here. But I want to remove these first. So what I'm going to actually say is remove the rows. And again, this is we're working right across the table here. So it says remove top rows, 2 rows, and take it away. I've now got this here, and now I can say, again, use first row as headers. And that's now looking a lot better. The only other thing I need to do is just change again this zip code to a text. Place code. There we go. Before we do anything else, I'm just going to explain something else that's going on here. Yes, these are all currently going to get loaded into our data model. But we've also got some things in italics, and these are called helper queries, and you see that they're actually sitting in a little folder as well. So these are things Power BI has done. It's not going to load into a model, but it's using them as part of the process. So this is fine, but it's going to be difficult to work comparison between the US sales or add US sales up with the rest of the countries. So it'd be nice if we could put them all into one table. And the way we can do that is just do a append query. So again, from the main menu here, we've got append queries, and it's important to choose something here. So I'll select sales first. So it's saying, what do you want? So sales are current table, and I also want to append international sales. So we've appended international sales, and what you'll notice is this looks more or less the same at the moment, but we've got nulls here as well. I'm just going to have a look at these. This takes a little bit of time because it's got to go through all the data. It's worth having a look at and just check it. So what you see there is we've got nulls, and then we've got all our other countries in here as well. So we need to somehow populate this with US sales because we know these are US, and there's a number of ways we can do this again. But we're going to, for this lab exercise, we're going to add a conditional column. And what I'm going to say is if the country equals null, so there's nothing in it, I'm going to call it USA. Otherwise, else, I'm going to use the column we've already got, and then select the column, and that column here is our country. Go OK. And now we can remove the one we had. So we had that again, right click, remove. And now call this country. Whoops. System. So country. Hopefully we're not the O without the case either. There we go. Typing it out. So we've got that. That's fine. The only thing I'm going to change on here now is it's got ABC ones. It kind of sort of doesn't really know what format. If you leave it like this, it takes quite a lot of space up when it loads the data model. So I'm just going to change this to text. We know this is text. So now I've got that. That's fine. I'm now just going to rename some of these tables because they kind of make sense. But it's always a good idea to name your tables in a way that anybody else working with your data will understand. So sales is okay. Product. Just going to change that. We don't have to say product table, we know that already. 3 ways, there might even be more, but there's at least 3 ways you can rename. You can do it like I did, double click on here. You can do it from the right hand with the properties here, or you could right click here and you can say rename there. We've got geography. Yeah, geography. Good enough with spelling and typing it right. Manufacturer is going to make that the case. I'm not going to worry about the other one because we've now got sales includes our international sales. So when we load a model, what will happen here is we've got effectively, to take Canadian data for example, it's going to be in here twice. We just don't need that. So I'm going to stop this loading. So I'm going to do the same thing in a way that we've got here. It's effectively become a sort of a prerequisite to loading our data model. We don't need to load international sales. So we right click, we can say enable or disable load. We want to include it in the report refresh. It's very important because it's part of the process, but we don't want to enable the load. So now what would happen is we've only got these 4 tables. If we want to check what's going on here, there is something called query dependency. It always comes out really small, so I'm just going to make it a bit bigger. What it actually does is shows us the steps that are going through. So if you take, for example, our international sales, it loads the sample data file first, just to try to think what's going on. And it says load disable, it doesn't want to load this model. International sales is going in here, and then it's going to sales. Well, this one is in the US sales, let's just go straight in. So you can see kind of what's going on if you're not familiar. There's one more thing I'm going to do, and this is really just to speed up the process, because at the moment this is going to bring back data all the way back, and this data goes back to 2014. It's going to take a few minutes to load. So I click on here, and I can just on the arrow here, and I can put add data filter, and I'm going to say it is in the previous 4 years. Just be aware there isn't any data for recent data in here. It goes back only to 2021. So I'm going to say it's in the previous 4 years. We're not going to have 4 years of data. So I'm going to go OK. And you see we've got an extra row here as well. So I'm going to quick check again on my files. Make sure I'm happy with the formats. Got it. Happy I've done everything. I think I have. Usually to get something. So I think I'm happy. So I go, and I'm then going to say close and apply. What's happening here is it's going through and it's checking all of our queries and it's starting to load them. And by default it loads things together. It won't wait necessarily for one to load. It will do concurrent loads. So it's loading our sales products. There you go. Some of them will be quick, some not so.
So sales is quite a big file. And sometimes here, if you get errors at this stage, this is where you go back and check your transform data and try to work out what's going on. You sometimes get errors that aren't catastrophic as well, so it might say, well, I've got a problem with one field, and it's quite forgiving. So it might just say, well, some of your data in one of your columns is not quite right, but I'm still going to load the data for you. Okay. Now this is going to depend on very much on your PC. When you're doing the lab exercise, particularly when you load all of the data, that might be a good time to go and quickly grab or at least put the kettle on. You might not have time to make a cup of tea. We go look at Japan, which I think might be the last one on here. There we go. Just loaded all the data. And what you see now is we've now got four tables on the right hand side. Geography, manufacture, product and sales, and we'll have a look at that in a bit more detail. But that includes the first lab walkthrough.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Tony. That's great. So hopefully we've been just following, just seeing the various steps that Tony's been going through. We're going to give you some time now to have a go yourselves. So we've got the next half an hour before our first break of the morning. So the PDF that Tony was working on there is the Lab 1 manual within the letter folder that he showed you. So if you all open that PDF up and open Power BI Desktop up as well, then you can follow the step-by-step instructions that Tony went through there. Tony's just posted a link to our lab support room. So if you do get stuck at any point or any issues, you can click on that link and that will take you to another room where Tony's going to go now, where you can share your screen and he should be able to get you back on track. I still have not got access to the link. Okay. There is a bit of a problem with some people accessing the link, so of the material. There is quite large files for the material, so I can share the PDF files, but I can't think of an easy way to share the data files, unfortunately. Even though they do come zipped, they're still pretty big. Can't email it over. So certainly I can send you the PDF files, but I think, to be honest, you're gonna have to, if you don't have the download rights, that's something that you're gonna have to contact your local IT people to try and urgently get that downloaded for you.
Steve, just thinking of one idea. The worst comes to worst, what we could do is just zip up a couple of small countries because the main problem is the sales, isn't it?
File size. Yeah.
Yeah, because Japan and Canada or something, and just zip them up and send them over. It'd be enough to work on. You kind of miss on the steps, but that's probably the only option we've got.
Yeah, okay. I'll send off the PDF straight away, and ideally, obviously, you want all the data. So I still recommend if you don't have the download permissions to contact your local IT to get that downloaded for you. But I'll construct a smaller data set as well. The step-by-step guide is under the letters folder, and it's the Lab 1 PDF. John, you're just asking about that.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, okay.
I think the problem we've got with is that today we're working with the Microsoft. Basically, Microsoft own this Teams meeting in effect.
Yeah.
So we've not got quite as many options as we normally would have. So for example, we can't do things like
Probably breakout rooms and things like that.
breakout rooms in the same way that we normally would. So that's part of the issue we have with that. They kind of very much rely on people downloading the files from the link. What I'll do though is I'll head over now to the support room. So if you have any issues, follow the link. It'll take you out the main room, and you can then rejoin when you've finished. You don't need to come to the support room, obviously. Just come in there if you need to walk through anything with me and you're not clear. So I'll see some of you in there shortly.
Tony, I'll head over there now. The link is pinned to the top of the chat window as well, to take you to that room if you need that.
It's like when I touch everyone, she went straight, she went snapping the way. No, she's not doing this. No, second, all this time, and waiting for me to deal with it. So close, once we still went back. So how's you? I could not believe you thought more than I got. Wow, I thought you got all that. Oh no! Wow! Right. Oh wow!
Yeah, so I'm going to get fired, so how do I do it? Yeah, so how do you want to like okay, I'm very sorry, and okay. No, it's okay. And we said, well, right now, and I said, well, why?
Hurry up! Send papers in the post. Right, okay, wow. This is impressive, isn't it? Yeah. That's what it's true. I was going to riot. Right. Yeah. Wow. Sounds like a lot. Yeah. It's all modern stuff now. It's all. Oh, wow. Right. Right. That, sorry, I should laugh. Wow.
For what? I don't know. Well, that's what you have no house with that. This is good. Wow. What's the extension says? What? So sometimes to get the downstairs toilet done. And whatever else was like that. So, wow. I know. So I usually like I do. Wow, nothing like that. Wow. And I'm all around in debt, What's too much money? God. Yeah, lots of holidays this year. Holidays! Oh no! Holidays! She sent the kids to Spain. And you know, wow! Wow! Yeah, we did it. Yeah, wow. Yeah, you know that.
Come on.
Okay everyone, it's time for our first break of the day, so I'm just going to get 15 minutes on my time here, so wherever you are, don't worry, we'll have a 15-minute break now, and then when we come back we'll do our Lab 2 walkthrough. Don't worry if you haven't finished Lab 1, a lot of people can take the whole morning to do Lab 1, so let's take 15 minutes now, and then we'll come back and we'll do a walkthrough of Lab 2. So I'll see you shortly.
You should know. You should know. You should know. Should know. You should know.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Hope you had a nice break, chance to go refreshment, etc. So, as I said before the break, we're going to do our Lab 2 walkthrough now. Tony's back in the room, so he's going to lead the charge through that again. So, you get another chance to sit back and see this Lab 2 walkthrough. So, Tony, if you're ready to take us through that, that'd be great.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Steve. Just share screen. Okay, right. So just as we alluded to earlier, this second lab lab exercise is basically where we start to model and explore our data. So we've now got, in my first Power BI report, I've got the data here. So before I go any further, I'm just going to explain what we can see here. So this here is what is normally called the canvas. This is where we can throw all our visualizations onto. On the right hand side here, we've got three kind of by default sort of sections. We've got fields, visualizations and filters. Now fields basically shows all of our columns or fields of data, and we can click into here and we can see we've got our geography, manufacturer and so on. And visualizations are the actual what we're going to put onto our pane, so we'll be doing that in a moment. We've also got filters. This is hidden by default, but we will look at this later. So this is where we can actually start to filter what we're seeing on either on a page, on our specific visualizations, or also on all the pages if we wanted to as well. We've got the usual Microsoft ribbon at the top here, so we've got various options on this. So that's all sitting there, and on the left hand side here we've got three little sort of buttons here, if you like. Currently we're looking at this report view. If I click on the second one, this is our data view, and this is looks a little bit similar to what we saw with the when we were in Power Query, but now we're actually in Power BI proper, and we've now loaded all of our data. So if you look, for example, on sales, we've loaded here effectively, well, we went back 4 years, I think 3 years of data actually in reality in here. But we've got I've got over 3 million rows of data sitting in here now. And it's all been loaded into our data model. And the third tab we've got here is looking at is where we actually model the data. It's the relationships. So I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller because it's by default a little bit big. And we can see here that Power BI has created some relationships here between our data. So we've got a relationship here between manufacturer and product, and between product and sales. We've also got sitting over here geography, and currently geography hasn't got anything associated with it. Power BI knows to create these relationships for three reasons. Firstly, it's looking at the actual name of the field. So here we've got manufacturer ID, and it's linking to manufacturer ID here, so it's happy with that. Second thing it's looking for is the same format. So manufacturer ID in this case is a number, an integer in both cases. So it thinks it can make a relationship on that. If they were different, it wouldn't guess the relationship. And the third one is what's called cardinality. It's a fancy term for basically saying how many things are on one side and how many on the other. So on the manufacturer table, if I just whiz back to this for a second, the manufacturer ID 1 to 14, they only appear once. If I looked at the sales table, sorry, the product table is probably a better example. So look at the product table here, and I just filtered on number 1. You see it's obviously listed multiple times, and what this is basically telling us is that a manufacturer's got multiple products effectively. So this cardinality is something that Power BI likes. It can work with it well. It's called a one-to-many relationship, and we know it's a one-to-many because we've got 1 here and we've got a little asterisk here, and that tells me it's a one-to-many relationship. And it's also giving us a direction as well. So it's saying if I select anything on here, this is filtering the product table. So if I selected one specific manufacturer, when we start building any visualizations, we can only see the data for this one. Let me just pull back up on my other screen the PDF, because there's a lot to cover in here. I don't want to I certainly usually end up missing things, so I just want to make sure I don't miss anything important on there. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here now is we're going to put in our first visualization, and I'm going to start with what's called a clustered column chart. So I'm just going to click on that basically, and I'm going to add in the country, and then I'm going to add in sales, revenue. There we go. Now we can see we've also got values here, which is great. Not so great is the fact that these are all identical across all of the different countries. And the reason for this is basically, if we go back to the model here, we have no relationship between these tables. So Power BI doesn't know when we're looking at sales here which country is which country. So we need to try to force a relationship, if you like. Now we've got country in both of them, so that's okay. We also got, but that's definitely going to be in multiple places because we know we've got lists of zip codes, so that's not going to work. So maybe zip code will work. Maybe for some reason Power BI has decided not to do it. So what I'm going to do is just I'm going to join that. That should be fine, shouldn't it? And we get this big yellow bar at the bottom, and it's saying the relationship has a cardinality of many to many. This is a very bad thing indeed, because what it's basically saying is, yeah, okay, I can make a join for you, but you've basically got zip codes that exist more than one time in geography and in sales. So I just don't know which one to join them by. And the reason being that some countries have got some. Oops, sorry. It's my camera messed up. So the reason being that they're in multiple countries. So we need to force a relationship here, and we find some kind of uniqueness. A number of ways of doing that, but the way we're going to do it is create a new unique column in each of the tables. So if I go back to my data table, or data view, and I'll click on geography. On here, there's a couple of ways you can do that. I'm going to do a new column here, or I'm going to use right click. So I'm going to say new column, and I'm going to call this zip country. Zip country. Yeah. And I'm going to say it's going to be a combination of zip, and it already guesses for me that this is telling me it's a table. And this is our first bit of DAX, by the way, so we're doing a little bit of DAX formula here, which you'll hear that expression quite a lot, and if you've already used Power BI before, you'll know this. So we're doing geography, and I'm going to concatenate it. One way of doing that, it's more than one, but one way is to do an ampersand, and this going to say it's asked us for a comma. That's not my preference, but that's what they ask for. Use a comma, and then I'm going to say country, so I'm just going to start typing that. And IntelliSense kicks in and it says, right, okay, there's a country. I can click on the little tick just to make sure it's happy, and we can see we've got that there. Very important, check the format of this. So I've got no spaces between these, I've got zip first and I've got the country. I'm then going to go and have a look at my sales table, because I need to make that relationship on the sales table. And I just need to do something. This is my mistake. I've actually made a mistake here beforehand. I forgot to rename my new column. So this is going to be my country. So we can do exactly the same thing here. So I'm going to right click and say new column. And again, I'm going to call this zip country. Equals, and it's going to be with the zip. This time, it's saying it's a sales from the sales table. Exactly the same thing after that. Concatenate it, and we're going to say country. Again. IntelliSense gets stuff, says me typing everything in. So there we go. So now we've got this zip country in here as well. And if we go here, I might need to expand this a little bit. And if I now drag from there to there, it's happy. We've got a one-to-many relationship. So this is unique in this table. And then if I go back to our original table here, you can see that what we've actually got here is we've now got these split correctly by each of the countries. So all the revenue is split correctly. So it's made that connection for us within the data. I've actually got some blanks in here as well. I need to investigate why. There's something wrong with some of the namings or something like that, but we don't need to worry too much about that for the purposes of this. So next thing we're asked to do is to add in the manufacturer, and I'm going to add it so I can actually bring that into this visual. Be careful when you're doing this what you're selecting. If I'm just here, it's not going to bring it into the right place. I need to click on the visualization, so on here, and I'm going to add in manufacturer, and I'm going to add that into the legend. So just drag that in, and you can now see that what we've actually got here is we've got this breakdown by each of the not just the countries, but also by all of the manufacturers. Problem with this is it's a bit difficult to see what the total revenue is, so I might want to change the chart type. And this is where really one of the purposes of this kind of part of the process is just to start to explore your data. It would show you when you've got errors. So like, for example, if I've got blanks here, why have I got blanks? I might need to go back and check that. But it also gives you, starts to give you an idea what you need, how you need to present your data. So that's not going to really work for us. Maybe this will work, which is a stacked column chart, and that looks a little bit better. We could even change this as well. So we might want to, at the moment we've got manufacturer legends listed alphabetically. I could change this and say sort by something, descending or ascending, and so on. And you can change the sort order of these as well if you wanted to. That's fine, but now it's a bit difficult to see what all of these are. There's a lot going on. It's a very, very busy chart. So first I'm going to try is to do some filters on here. So I've expanded the filter pane here, and now if I select on here, I get more options. So I have a filter here. So this is filter what by, well, manufacturer, and I'm not going to use basic filtering. I'm going to say I want a top N, and I want to show the top 5 values based on a numeric value. The only ones we've got are revenue and units, but I'm going to use revenue. drag that into there, and I'm going to apply that filter. So now we've only got literally got the 5 biggest manufacturers showing. We could collapse this again, gives us a bit more room to see what we're doing. There are also options on filter as well. To format. So this is the basic view, if you like, showing us the data. The formatting option here gives us a number of options, and we can do all sorts of things. So we wanted to reformat and choose, for example, whether we want to show data labels and things like that on our data, which you can play about with and decide how you want that to look, really. So I'm now going to. The problem I've got with this isn't really great because I'm now missing revenue, because we've only got the revenue for top 5, so I'm not happy with the way I've done this. So we're just going to take this off, and if I go back to manufacturer here, this is not terribly clear, but it's basically rubber, so it's a clear filter, and we just come back to where we were. So we're now going to do something slightly different. And I'm going to find another way of dealing with this. So if I go back to manufacturer, and not on the heading here of the table name manufacturer, but on the manufacturer itself, if I click the little ellipsis, I can choose new group. And on here, what I'm going to do is pick some of the manufacturers, and these are the biggest competitors. So I'm going to pick Anaquai and hold the control key. Anaquai, Curus, Natura, I guess, yeah, and Pirum. And I'm going to group all these together and just rename these. So I'm just double click on this and say top competitors. Oops. Top competitors. That's better. Right. So we got that. I'm also going to bring in Van Arsdale as its own group. So group Van Arsdale, just leave it as it is, and we have the option to include other group. That's quite important, really. We want to show the others, and we just call them others and go OK. Now on our stack chart, instead of using the manufacturer, which we had before, so if I go back to the data tab here, I'm going to take that out, and I'm now going to use my manufacturer group instead. And that's just a little bit easier to understand. So now we got ourselves Van Arsdale here. We've got all our top competitors, and we see all the little manufacturers on their own, really. And if we wanted to see some detail behind this, what we could do is we can right click on any of these sections here and show it as a table, so it just sits underneath. We can actually get all the breakdown and see what each one is. Sometimes as well, this might help you try to decide what your groups need to be. So, for example, if your other group was very, very large, then you probably need to add more things into a different group. Otherwise, it won't make any sense. So that's fine, but what we've lost here now is obviously we don't see all those other manufacturers. So we can add another visualization onto here. And the one I'm going to choose is called, in Power BI, it's called a tree map. In some other applications, it's called something else. So we bring tree map, and all I'm going to pull in here is I'm going to pull in the manufacturer again, and I'm going to ring across again the revenues as my values. So this decides on the size of them. So now, if I click on Van Arsdale, it's highlighting the Van Arsdale data on its own. So it gives us the option to see one at a time. We could even as well, we could select additional things. So if you hold the control key, for example, I want to look at Van Arsdale, I want to look at the other competitors. It's just highlighting those and leaving out the top competitors. and I can just click again to remove everything from there. So now we want to start looking to see. We want to try to see if we can see how our sales are progressing over time. So we're going to bring in another chart in here, and again I'm going to use a clustered chart. Drag that across there, and we're going to now bring in. We want to bring it in our date field, so we want to bring in here date. Now what you'll see here, I'll drag this in first. I shall do it this way, and we want to bring in again. We'll stick with revenue, so again we'll bring in revenue. Just going. So we've now got each of our countries. Each of our years now listed here on their own. And what we can actually do is we can actually drill down as well, so we can go into the next step. And there's two ways we can do this. The normal way would just be like this. We can just look at the quarters. It doesn't make a lot of sense here because now we're looking at multiple years and the quarters as they are. This is called a sticky button here. If I do this and I click on here, it would take us down to the quarters just for this 2021, and I could go down to the next level. So how's it done this? Well, basically in the background what's happened is Power BI has, because we enabled auto date and time, it's guessed the date, it's checked we've got continuous dates right across, and that's important. It needs to have a set of dates for every single date to do this. And it's decided, right, okay, that's the dates. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a hierarchy for you. And the typical hierarchy I want to do is going to be year, quarter, month, and day. So it's already done that for us. So that immediately gives us that option. The next thing we can do then, that's fine. So now if, for example, I want to look at 2021, and we're getting these highlights. Personally, I don't think these are usually very helpful because it's still a little bit difficult to see what's going on here. Yes, it's highlighting some of the data and it's doing this, and everything else is sort of faded out a little bit. But we can actually change the way these things interact with each other. So if I'll start with this one. So I'll start with our first chart, and I have to have this selected. So select one of your visualizations first, go to Format, and hidden away on the left hand side we've got Edit Interactions. I'm clicking on this one at the moment, and it shows little symbols on our other visualizations. The one that's highlighted, the one that's in bold at the moment is the highlight. That's what it's doing. I'm going to change this to filter, and I'm going to do the same on this one, filter. I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to go into this one, click on this visualization. Again, I'm going to say filter. I'm going to filter my data here. And I could do the same on this one, but I'm not going to do that at the moment. So if I then want to go back, I'll click on this again, and it kind of keeps us on, and I don't want to really see that at the moment. So now, if I click on 2021, we had about 0.7 million here in the US. If I click on 2021, you see it's only 0.3 million. And the same thing applies. So I was looking at top competitors. We're only seeing the top competitors, and we're not seeing everything else in one go. So it's a generally this is probably a more useful way of seeing it. But there might be good reasons why you don't want to look at it in that particular way. The other thing we can do, as I sort of alluded to already, is, as I said, if you wanted to look at particular countries, more than one country at a time, you can do that. You can do that as well. On here, I'm just for now. We're going to remove this manufacturer on here because we can look at this later. But we're just going to, in a moment, we don't need to see manufacturer on this particular chart. And now I'm just going to, for example, select Australia, and let's say, for example, we want to look at just Australia for 2021. So we can have a play about with this. I'm not going to go into all of the details of what's in the manual for this, but you can have a play about. You can have a play about with things like experiment with the drill downs as well, see how they work and how the sticky drill downs work, and drill up and drill down and so on. The next thing I'm going to do now is to add a specific filter. So we can sort of filter at the moment. So if we want to just look at Van Arsdale, we can do that. But we can also add a slicer. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to move this down here a second, and I'm going to add a filter here. And this section here, we do touch upon it again in Lab 3, but an updated Power BI over December means this is slightly different to the way it is in the manual. So if you've got the older version of Power BI, follow the manual. If you've got the newer version, follow what I do here, because it will look slightly different. So I'm now going to choose, so I've chosen Slicer, and bring manufacturer across, and if I go to the format here, I've got Slicer settings, and I've got some options, and the one I'm going to choose here for the moment is a drop down, because it takes up less space basically, and then I could just select one, for example ourselves, if we just want to look at Van Arsdale on its own. And that's kind of effectively is an alternative to using a filter in this section here. So rather than actually filtering on making it feel like a fixed filter, as it were, we've actually created a filter here. When you actually publish this report, you do have options whether you want to choose them, and you could choose to have all your filters sitting in here instead. But for the time being, we'll use a slicer here instead. So the next one I'm going to bring in here now is what's called a card visual. This is really quite a simple one. It can be quite useful for quite a lot of things. We authors tend to use them quite a lot. So we're now just going to bring in the revenue. So I'm just going to drag the revenue. And what's quite nice about this is we get we immediately see this here. We can see the value. I'm just going to change something. I'm not quite sure my revenues come across as in pounds, because just to be consistent with the manual, I'm going to change it. And the way we do this, so if I want to change the format, is to change the format of the field. So with Power BI, you don't change the format within a specific visualization. You change it actually in the field itself. So if I click on revenue here, I could choose a different format, and I'm just going to choose United States. And I don't actually want to. I'd rather have no different places personally. But that really depends on your data and personal preference. I can, by the way, change this still. I'm going to put that water. Sorry, two different places there. I just want to be consistent with what they're showing. So now we can see. Now we can see the revenue in total for Van Arsdale, and that can be just quite useful just to call out particular values. It puts them really up front, and people don't need to go and work them out themselves necessarily. Now we've done this, that's fine. We've got our dates in here and so on, but we're not going to create a separate date table instead, and this tends to be best practice. And I'll kind of get into that in a little bit more detail in a moment. But for the moment, we're just going to have a play with trying to create our own table. So I'll do the modelling here, and I can say, as well as new columns and so on and so forth, I've got a new table. So I'm going to click on new table, I'm just going to copy from the manual the cheat. And I'm just going to make so my date. I'm going to create a date table, which is going to go from the beginning of 2014 to 2020, to the end of 2022. In reality, our data is only going to 2021, I think, in a file, but we'll just follow what says here for now. So what this is doing, it's a function, it's an automatic function that's creating, it's saying, give me a calendar, and that's my start date, and that's my end date. And this is, again, a bit of DAX. I'll click yes, okay. The first bit here is going to give us the name of the table. So we've now got a date table in here. Okay, thought that might have done something slightly different. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, right, okay. So we've got a date table here, and again we should be able to make a relationship here between the dates here and the dates here. I'll create this relationship here. And why would I want to do this? Well, there's a couple of reasons really. The first one is what we've effectively got here is what's regarded as a sort of dimensional model, and you don't need to understand particularly what that is today, but basically we have some facts, and the facts are our sales, so how many units we've sold, how much revenue, and then we've got what we call dimensions. So these are things we can split our data by. So an example of that here would be manufacturer. We want to split our data by manufacturer. We might want to split our data by geography, and so on and so forth. And one thing we definitely want to split by is date. We always want to split by date. We've only got one date in here, but we might have multiple dates that we want to look at, and it'd be difficult to manage those between different in this way. Another reason is that Power BI has guessed for us what it thinks our date hierarchy is, but we might have a different one. We might want to look at week numbers, or academic terms, or financial years, all sorts of things that you may in your organisation want to look at differently. And having your own date table lets you do that. We don't get into the detail of today how to do it, but it lets you do that. I'm just going to go back now to my report, and you'll see now that something odd has happened to it. This is all basically, it's kind of sort of almost broken a hierarchy. And the reason is, what it's done is it's moved that auto date hierarchy off the sales table, and it's put it onto this new table instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that out, and I'm now going to use the date that's coming from our new table. I'm just going to scroll up. I don't know why I've got that going like that. Right, okay. So there we go. So that's kind of got us back, but now we're using this new date table. Next thing we're going to do is, we don't really want to see this date here because that's going to be confusing. We've got dates in two different places. That's going to really confuse people. So I can hide this. So I can again use the little ellipsis, or I can right click and I go hide. If we've got lots of things to hide though, a better way to do it is go back to our model, and a little trick here, if I expand the properties, and we can go through all the things we're not interested in seeing. Manufacturer ID is just a number. It means nothing to any end users of our reports at all, or even like builders really. People who are just doing the visualizations and not worrying about data modeling. So I'm going to press Control, highlight this, product ID, exactly the same thing. I'm going to highlight that. Zip country, again. This is the one we created. It doesn't mean anything to anybody else really, particularly. I don't even need to see country here, to be honest, because I've got country in the geography. So I'm going to hide this as well, and I'm also going to hide the zip here because again I've got the zip code in here already, and I can then go here. There are a couple of ways to do this. You can right click as well, but then you might unpick what you're using. So I'm going to say is hidden, yes. and you get this little sort of crossed out eye, and this is something that you'll see quite a lot in Power BI when something's not showing. So now we've just tidied all of this up really. We've got a lot less going on here. So we've created our relationships. I'm just checking I haven't missed anything that we might want to do. It's really crucial. I think we're okay. We've hidden everything. Okay, so you can play about with things like you can add states in the lab manual. It asks you to drill into, for example, Australia and look at the states, and then again, it's more playing about really with those drill downs. We can also create our own hierarchies as well. So we've got a few things going on here. I'm actually going to take this one out now because I'm only looking at the moment about analysis. This doesn't give us a lot of information. So I'm just going to move things around a tad. Move that down there for now. No, actually, move that up there. Move that over there. Okay. And now I'm going to use a different type of visualization called a matrix. And a matrix is basically a table, but it's a little bit more cleverer than a normal table. So it's a sort of it works in both directions. So I'm going to show on here. I'm going to show. Let's start by just showing our manufacturer. Sorry, our product, and I'm going to show the product here, and I'm then going to show on our revenue again, and that's fine, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's quite difficult to work out what's going on here, so it'd be nice to sort of be able to get a bit more sense on this. And one way of doing that is to create some of your own hierarchies. So you start with the lowest level, and I'm going to start with the highest level. So I'm going to start with the category, and I'm going to say create hierarchy. And then I'm going to add in our segment, add to hierarchy, the category hierarchy, and then I'm going to add in the product itself and add to hierarchy. I'm just going to rename this as well, because generally if you create a hierarchy where you start with the highest level and work down, you actually want to it makes more sense to call it by the lowest level, which in this case is the product. It's a product hierarchy that we're looking at here. Okay. So now instead of having the product here, I'm going to change this to product hierarchy. And now we can actually use these little buttons and we can get into things. So we see the breakdowns that are sitting in there already. The next thing I'm going to do here now is it'd be nice to kind of get some kind of context, if you like, to this information. So we know what the sum of revenue is, but it would be great to know, for example, what the revenue is one year to the next. So the way I'm going to deal with that is create some more DAX basically. It's going to do some quite clever stuff for us. I'm just looking for the form on the page. One second. Okay. So if I click on sales here, right click, and I'm going to say new measure. So this is our first DAX measure, and the measure is a calculation that's working right, in simple terms, it's working right across our data sets. So it's having a look right across. And I'm going to try to identify what the prior year sales are. So I'm going to say prior year sales equals, and what it's saying is, give me the sales revenue, basically the sum of sales revenue for the same period last year, and it's using the time intelligence. So it knows that we're looking at a period, it knows what the previous one is. I'm going to click on yes. I'm going to bring this in and bring this into our matrix that we had here already. It sort of doesn't make a huge amount of sense at the moment, but oops.
Hey there. I was just looking at you when you're wondering.
Stupid.
So my training's going to.
I think it might be a bug, Tony, that happened to me the other
Oh,
day.
did it really? Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I've never seen that before. Yeah, I'm going to cheat a little bit. You may get the same bug. Then what should happen, obviously, here is that when I click on this one, it should literally highlight just the 1 year like we've seen before. So we can see it there actually. Very odd. It shouldn't be doing that at all.
I found if that did happen, if you sort of save your PBX file, and open it again.
Oh, okay.
That it seemed to clear the bug, but it did come back again a bit later on in the day as well. So
that's a good tip. Thanks, Steve. I'm going to cheat for now. I'm going to create
No, I'm fine.
I'm going to create my own little yeah, okay. Let's cheat. So I'm going to look at 2021. That's better. Right, okay. So I'm only looking at 2021 here. So I'm looking at the current year sales, and it's giving me what the year before is as well. That's great, but I'm going to do one more thing, which is it'd be nice to see the growth between these as well. So I'm going to create another DAX formula, new measure. Again, I'm going to be lazy and copy this from the manual. Save time. So what this is doing now is it's saying, give me the sum of the sales revenue for whatever we're looking at, taking away the prior year's sales and dividing it. This is called a safe divide. It's quite a nice feature in DAX. So it's saying divide one by the other, and it doesn't error out if you don't do it. You can just do one divided by the other, but then you potentially get errors like you get in Excel. So that's all it's doing. So I'm now going to bring this in as well. It's going to give us a little bit more context into our data. So I'll bring that in. And we get these growth values here. We start to see it looks horrible, so again we can do exactly the same thing. We go back, click on the field, and we're going to call it percentage. I think that gives you too much detail, to be honest. So we'll just do one decimal place, that'll do. We want to hear, I think we're looking at purely extreme category. It asks us to, so if I go into here, stick on that, and if I click on the value, so I'm going to look at my urban, sorry, I didn't want to do that, actually. Okay, so I'm going to click on my urban. Urban, right, there you go. And then I just want to look at extreme. And we just start to, so you can play about with this. So different ways of looking at it. Currently we're showing, so we're showing all the growths there. And there's one other thing we might want to do as well, which is just to show percentage of total as well, which I've kind of forgotten, I think I've forgotten about this in. So when I in review again, this time, it's the same value, but I'm going to show the value as a percent of the grand total. Just expand that a second. I'll move that down there. Oh, that's all right. It's okay, leave it there. So it's showing us that that's all adds up to 100% on our extreme, and it just gives us the various options on there. That really basically kind of concludes what I wanted to cover off for you. Can you think of anything glaring I've missed, Steve? It's a while since we've done this walkthrough.
No, I think I think that concludes it. You've got your new measures there, so that's great. So we've got some time now for people to continue their hands-on labs. So thanks for that, Tony.
Yeah, I'll jump back into the support room for the next half an hour. So again, if you're stuck, come and see me there. I'll post it back into chat again just in case. But it is at the top of the chat as well.
Good stuff, thank you. And lots of good questions coming in the chat window. It's sparking people's thoughts around different things. So it's great to see. So continue to ask questions. But we'll go back to the hands-on labs now. If you're on lab 1, continue there. I think if anyone has any issues, like I say, there are solution files under the reports folder that you can use to progress throughout the day. And you can always go back to previous labs at a later date if needs be, but certainly great to be able to complete labs at your own pace.
Trying to be wet, Simon.
Okay.
Floor.
Well, I'm ready to shift when you are.
Yeah, well, I normally give you the go-ahead. You're a bit ahead of me today.
Yeah.
And I'm 10 miles behind you.
Nah, I think I'm. How are you doing? You okay? You look a million times better than you did.
Yeah, I am and I ain't. I failed a mental health test.
You?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that figures.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, stress, anxiety.
Stress, anxiety. They've done one at the hospital, me. 13 out of 15.
What?
I don't know what that means. Really. Where it should be a lot hot, above 15. So,
You are under stress.
yeah, well,
Well, you get ill, and that's stressful in itself.
that was, what's this going on now? And on and on. I went, a few months ago, a couple months ago, that doctor telling me, I think you've got long COVID, Mr. Knightley. I'm going to send you for a cancer scan, Mr. Knightley. What? I went home and I broke down a bit. He says,
Do you still have long COVID then?
I don't think, no, I don't, I don't get, this is where it's all strange with me, I don't know, I don't go down now. My biggest problem in my here at the minute, my side's aching. I've just took the heat pad off.
Yeah.
And I've just took another painkiller.
Yeah.
So,
like last time, if you just want to have.
oh yeah, I've realised that. I realised that. I mean, I've really had a big job today.
Yeah.
I've just got a tiny little one to do. Because I know there's no point in going and do a 5-hour job. No, I won't be up to that, really. I need to sort all this out because, I'll fill up with work tomorrow. My team has let me down. Which we went through today. It's letting me down, so I can't keep too much, I've got to get it on top now. So if I have to pay, get this sorted out, I'm going to pay.
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
There's no point in me in a minute. I don't think.
I'll get Carolina to send you.
Yeah, I was going to remind you tonight. But I think it's got to stop. You know, I've got to get my business fighting. One minute I'm frightened to get the money, worried about it. Now it's been a matter of keeping my business going. In the days, I've got children and all that, young children, they got their happy. I do understand I've been sticking by me, but this time it's going on. This is 10 times worse than my heart attacks. You know, but then again, it didn't help. The doctor done it, thought this was connected to that, and it had nothing. All this time, that's what's frustrating me. She forgot to put that cancer scan, you know, originally, then it's got nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah, but if you think about it though, they are clearing.
Yeah, it's starting to
one
get
by
there.
one.
Yeah, I mean, like the cancer was, I know you said don't worry about it. Anyway, I did let go of it in a certain way, but it's still, I didn't let it get to me, because I knew if it gets to me, I'll start drinking more and all that.
Yeah.
But I haven't.
Yeah.
So,
Just
see, but in a minute, it's like at a minute, at my chemist, which is through the hospital, there's antidepressants. The hospital think I should go there.
Yeah.
Doctor had the interview with she thinks antidepressants. But even though I've been through that before, I don't like antidepressants.
yeah.
But I had diarrhea and sickness with them.
Yeah.
But she said, with everything your tablets you're on, these are not as strong.
Yeah.
So please give them a go. It'd be surprised at how much it would help. But I don't know.
Yeah. You know, get out in nature as well. It just helps to be outside and look at a tree.
You see how cold it's out
It's
there?
freezing.
Now I actually went out the other day and I actually did some gardening at the front. Pruning back the bushes and that. I took all day to do it, just to get out of the flat. You know. But, yeah.
I'm going to go
Right.
look at a tree myself.
There you go.
I'm going to let this thing record. It's just recording what's on the screen. It's not a camera or anything.
But I won't touch the screens then.
Yeah, don't touch the screens.
No.
But also don't worry, the camera's not switched on.
Right, okay.
It's like an online meeting, but it's on mute and there's no camera. I'm just recording them.
Is it cheating?
Yeah, I haven't got the mental
Right, okay.
fortitude for it right now, so I'm going to watch it later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then, well,
Right.
enjoy your walk.
Yeah, and I'll see you next week if you're on by the But as I say, do go if you want to go. Just go.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I hope that I'm sure. So the painkillers do kick in quite quick.
Yeah.
So, I'll give you that. I'll send you a message later just to remind you. But I think it's time now. I can't do it myself. I mean, last night I was sitting here with a heat pad and a hot water bottle on it. I'm trying everything. Do you know what I mean? But the cream, when I put for some reason I put the cream on it, it stings. So I don't know if that's got to do with because it's so tender. I don't know. Really, but,
Do everything you can, right?
I admit it, I am, but I think now, for my own sanity and the really fight to keep my business.
Yeah.
You know, because I may have to let her down a number of times tonight. I need to maybe, I don't really put out no more money, but I'll have to. I've got to get myself back. Really need to get myself back.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch shortly, but just going to talk through a few things before we do. So,
right.
First of all, just another quick reminder about the survey that you'll receive at the end of the day. We do appreciate your feedback, and that's how we improve. And like I said earlier, please just think of it as your only payment for today. We do really appreciate you filling that in. It shouldn't take too long. So, just going to show you a little bit about the Power BI community. So there's some very cool galleries that are available. I'll touch on the data storage gallery in a second. There is something called Power BI Ideas, where you can shape the future of Power BI, and there's also some user groups and forums that you can join. So let me first of all, I'll go to the community page. Just get my link. There we go. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, so on the Power BI Microsoft site there, you do have a community drop-down. So let's have a look at the galleries first of all. So there's a number of galleries. I'll go to the data stories gallery. And this is it's a good place to go actually for gathering sort of ideas and inspirations for perhaps something that you might aspire to create. Some better than others, I guess. But I'm going to show you one that Tony created actually on UK fuel prices. So if you know what you're searching for, you can obviously use the search engine here to select that, and yeah, here we go. So this is a visualization that Tony created, and he's published it to the gallery, and it is fully sort of interactive. So if you create something that you're particularly proud of, this is a good place that perhaps you might want to share it with others in the community. I'll go through this particular example in a little bit more detail after lunch, but you can see there when I'm clicking that, that interactivity is available. I'll just go to the next part, which is the Power BI Ideas, which is under Submit Ideas here. And this is really your opportunity to influence the Power BI roadmap. So there's loads of ideas here that people have submitted, so it's always worth having a search if you come across something that you don't think you're able to do in Power BI, then this is a good place to come. Search the ideas. There's loads there. If there's something that you come across that you think, yeah, I'd really appreciate being able to do that, then you can vote these up. Once they're voted up to a certain level, then they're started to be reviewed by Microsoft. You can see a couple of the top ones there being under review. You can see other statuses where they're actually planned in their roadmap. And sometimes in the comments, the administrator actually gives you an idea of the timing of any planned work there as well. So really good place to come. Obviously, you can submit a new idea as well on the right-hand side here. So it's fair to say that this has been a really powerful method that Microsoft has used to listen to their customer base and to improve their product. And there's probably one of the main contributors to getting Power BI so leapfrogging competitors. So good to know that those resources exist. So as well as all those sort of free resources and the community part, Microsoft also rely on their partners, of which Altus is obviously a delivery partner. And we've got our UK regional manager, Chris Kearns, here that's joined us to talk a little bit more about what we offer. So over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Steve, and hi everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic training experience today. You're in safe hands with Steve and Tony. They know an awful lot about Power BI, so I encourage you to ask lots of questions today and get the most out of the training day that you possibly can. And just to reiterate what Steve said, we really do hope you're able to fill in the survey tonight. As Steve said, it's your only payment for attending today. So we're a data analytics consultancy, and our mission is to help guide our clients to become successful data-driven organisations. I'm just going to share a little bit about what it is that we do, and ask that if you are looking for services in the data analytics space, or Power BI specifically, please do consider us. Ding. So we've been around for 25 years now. We're about 155 staff, and we don't sell any software. So we don't sell Power BI, we don't sell anything. We just offer our services, whether that's consulting or training services. Ding. While we don't sell any software, we do partner with all the major players in the data analytics space. Ding. And this is what we do. You'll see on the right that we're very focused on helping our clients achieve their outcomes supported by data. And we do that through 3 pillars of service. The first is advisory services, where we're often helping our clients put together a data roadmap to guide their future endeavours, i.e. here's where we are today, here's where you want to be in the future, and here's the roadmap for how to get there. In the second pillar there, delivery, that's where we're helping our clients to execute the steps in that roadmap. So it might be building a data platform, a data warehouse, data lake. It might be more simple things like helping to build best practice Power BI reports, or it might be delivering training directly to your organisation around Power BI. And then the third pillar of services we have there is managed services. And so some of our clients don't want to have internal teams supporting their data estate. They might outsource that function to Altus. Everything we do is underpinned by our frameworks and best practices that we've been evolving over the last 25 years. And everything that we do is imbued with our ethos of connecting with courage, heart, and insight. Hopefully you get a sense of that working with Steve and Tony today. Ding. I want to talk a little bit about our training catalogue. You're obviously getting to experience Power BI Dashboard of the Day today. You will have seen in our email communications that we limit attendance to this free training to 2 people per organisation in total. As you can imagine, being free, we get hundreds and hundreds of requests per week to attend, and we just simply can't train the whole world for free. So if you have colleagues that missed out, we offer the same Dashboard of the Day training. Tony's just put the calendar in the chat window. You can see when it's coming up on a public basis, where you can sign up as an individual or perhaps multiple people from your organisation. If there's a big enough group, we can provide training directly to your organisation for groups of up to 15 people at a time. And that's the same across all of our courses here. So this slide here is showing Dashboard of the Day. We don't need to talk about that because you already know what's covered in that. For companies that do bring us in to deliver Dashboard of the Day directly to your organisation, they'll often get us in for a follow-up day called Power BI Group Coaching, where we get the same instructor, the same group of 15 people back together again. You've had an opportunity to use Power BI in the wild, and perhaps you've got some specific questions that you'd like answered. That can be covered off in a group coaching day. The next one is Power BI data modelling, and each of these 4 that are on this particular row are deeper dive courses in Power BI. The first one, Power BI data modelling, is really helping people understand why you need to have a well-structured, well-designed and performant Power BI data model underpinning your reporting so that you're not having to have truckloads of complex DAX in your reports. You can create a well-structured and performant data model. You're well on your way to having a strong basis for success with Power BI. The next one, Power BI data wrangling, focuses in on how to build those best practice Power BI data models. And then the next one after that is focused on creating more advanced visuals within Power BI desktop. So things like creating custom tooltips, creating drill-through reports, row-level security, stuff like that we cover more in the data visualization best practices, the Power BI data visualization course. And we also touch a bit more on DAX. But then if you're looking for more of a deep dive in DAX, our next course, Power BI DAX Foundations, is a whole day based around that. And some of you may not have encountered DAX yet, but it's basically the the language that you use within Power BI to do more advanced stuff. So consider in Excel, you need to know formulas and stuff. In Power BI, you need to know DAX. And so this is a whole deep dive over a course of a day. So all those ones I just described are our Power BI training courses that we have on offer. We also then have a toolset agnostic course called Data Visualization Best Practices. So you could be an expert in Power BI, yet still create ugly reports that no one understands. Probably rings true to you. I'm sure you've seen reports where people have squeezed as much information on a single page as possible. There's colour everywhere. You can't really understand what's going on. So we teach people how to design reports that are not only attractive, but that best communicate the story with data to your intended audience. We cover things like how to choose the right chart types for different data scenarios, how to use colour effectively, how to use your screen real estate effectively, etc. And then our final course, and I should sort of quick note on the data viz best practices, we've got a free webinar on the topic coming up next Tuesday. Tony will add a link to that as well in the chat, but basically that will be a 1 hour introduction to what we cover in our training course. You'll learn a few things on that webinar and encourage you to share that with your colleagues. And then lastly, we've got our dimensional modelling foundations. This is really geared towards those who are going to be designing best practice data warehouses and need to understand more deeply how to design fact tables, dimension tables, etc. Ding. So that's all of our training courses. Tony's already put the link in the chat window for our public training, and you can see there the calendar published out until the end of March. You just need to click on United Kingdom. You can see that's highlighted in red there. If you click on that, you'll see all of the courses we have coming up till the end of March. Ding. As I mentioned, we offer both public training and private training. So if you sign up for any of our public training courses, it's £400 per person for a day, except for the dimensional modelling one, which is £600. There is a 10% discount for anyone that attends today to attend any of our public training. You'll get that discount code, which is listed there, Altus UK DIAD 10. That'll be sent to you in a follow-up email today, so please feel free to take advantage of that. We also have a 20% discount if you have 3 or more people registering for our public training, or if you as an individual would like to sign up to 3 or more courses yourself, there's also a 20% discount associated with that. All of that information will be outlined in the email that we send you at the end of today. From a private training perspective, again, we can deliver for groups of up to 15 people at a time. We charge £4,500 for the day. We can deliver it over 2 half days, but that's a little bit more expensive. And that's specific to your organisation, delivered online, capped at 15 people, so lots of personal attention. Ding. In terms of consulting services with regards to Power BI, we can help you build best practice. That's discount code is not quite right, Tony. It's Altus UK DIAD 10. But as I said, that'll come in the email at the end today. So from a consulting perspective, we can help you build best practice Power BI reports, and in doing so, you can learn best practices directly from us. We can help you set up Power BI governance so that your Power BI estate doesn't get out of control. We can help you set up best practice environments. We can help you embed your Power BI reports within SharePoint or Teams. We can even help you embed your reports in your client-facing website, and we're actually going to show an example of that this afternoon. We can help you set up row-level security so that when people log in, they can only see the data in the report they're allowed to see. We can set up theme files for you so that you've got a consistent look and feel in reports that you create. And we can provide support services as well. Our consulting is £1,000 a day. And all of the things that I've described, whether it's training or consulting, I'm very happy to chat further with you about that. My details will be in the end of the day email. If you want to reach out, set up a meeting, I'd be happy to chat with you or your colleagues. And also, I'm going to be back at 2:45 this afternoon to demo one of our reports, showcasing data visualization best practices, showcasing row-level security, showcasing embedding in the client website. And I'm then going to be available from 3 to 3:30 in a Teams breakout room called the Altus Services Room where I welcome the chat if you want to pop in and say hello and talk about what you folks are faced with and how we might be able to assist. We're always looking for good people to join Altus. If you know anyone in your network who has more than 2 years deep experience in Power BI, or perhaps more broadly data warehousing, data platform experience, and they're looking for a change, please feel free to point them our way. That's it for me. I'll hand back to Steve. I think it's your lunch break, and I'll be back at 2:45. Thanks, Steve.
Great, thanks for that, Chris. And yep, spot on. It is lunchtime, so as I said earlier, we're going to break for 45 minutes. So I'm just going to get the timer up again. Here we go. Come on, so it's on 45 minutes here. And reset that. So yeah, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in 45 minutes. When we first come back, I'll do our first demo of the day to settle you back in gently, and we'll take it from there. So we'll see you after lunch.
There were still tea stains on the floor. I can't shower with these clients. I can't, you know, they're all booked in. Then I messaged them all again, all the different times. Yeah. See, this is why I don't bring her on full time with me. Because I turn down enough work, but she does this to me. And it's always lady problems. But she's got lady problems every other week. But I don't know a lot about that, but because you fill up the tank. You fill up the tank with the part of the council pub house, wasn't I? I don't think she was too happy when I went. So carry the mop up. You can't use the dirty mop in that toilet upstairs. I'm busy. I'm trying to get cope with all this. Too much protein. That's why I don't eat that. Even I don't know that.
Hey, welcome back everyone. Hope the catering was up to standard and you enjoyed your lunch.
Hello.
It looks like someone else has experienced the bug that Tony experienced earlier with the lab. It does seem to have crept in since the latest release, so perhaps if you're using the latest version of Power BI, that may be something. So let's raise that, Tony. If it hasn't been raised already, that's a good idea. Brilliant. But hopefully you're going through the labs and able to follow along. I'm going to touch upon a few subjects now and do a quick tour of the Power BI service as well, and then just do a couple of quick demos of some reports that we've pre-prepared. So first of all, just going to touch on Power BI licensing. It's something that we do get quite a lot of questions over, because it's not the simplest of subjects really. It's probably dependent on your business scenario, it's dependent on what sort of license route to go down, and also the price that is paid by organisations. So what we've got on the screen there is your sort of standard list price, but certainly some organisations do get discounts off of that as well. So it's definitely worth investigating further with Microsoft on any potential discounts depending on your type of organisation. I know charity organisations, for example, can get up to sort of 50% discounts, I believe, on some of these prices. But often, I mean, certainly you can use quite a bit for free, so without a license. But if you've got Microsoft 365 E5 subscription, then Power BI Pro license is actually included in that. So that's good. But so these are the three main types of licenses. I'll touch upon some of the key differences really. So when it comes to creating things, you can actually do quite a lot with no license. So in your Power BI desktop, you can connect to data sources and create visuals. You can also export to a static PDF as well. But once you get into the Power BI service, you do need at least a pro license to be able to create anything in the service. So to start creating your dashboards and data flows and any reports as well that you want to create there. Then if I move on to publishing and sharing your reports, so this is really where if you don't have a license, it's extremely restricted what you can do here, and the Microsoft tax really sort of kicks in, where you have to sort of pay your license fee to be able to share your reports. These sort of exceptions there is there's a public web, which obviously has got limited use case because your data will be in the public domain, and you'll also all have a workspace that's called My Workspace, which is your own sort of private sandpit area, which you can publish reports to sort of test out your report in the service before you sort of share it with others. But you can't share anything from your My Workspace with anyone else. Then with the Pro license, obviously you can publish to other workspaces that have been set up, and you can share your reports and things with other users, and you can subscribe people to your reports as well. And then if I go to the view section here, so again, if your organisation had a premium capacity license, then you can set up workspaces called premium workspaces. And what this allows that type of organisation to do is to share reports with people either inside or outside your organisation that don't have a Power BI license. So quite a key benefit really of selecting the premium capacity. With a Pro license, you can obviously see all reports that are shared with you, and you will need a Pro license as a minimum to view if your organisation does not have a premium capacity license. Okay, that's just a quick overview really of licensing, but as Chris mentioned earlier, he'll be back at just before 3 this afternoon, and he's a good person to, if you do have any questions further of licensing or anything else to do with your Power BI implementation in your organisation, he'll be available to answer your questions. Okay, so before I do the first demo there, I'm going to do a quick tour of the Power BI service. So let me get the Power BI service up on my browser. So when you first log in, you'll get your home page here. So if you've logged in previously, perhaps there'll be some reports that you've viewed, but if you haven't, then you may well get suggestions that some of your colleagues in your organisation have opened, and you can start to favourite any reports or dashboards, etc. as well. Then along the left-hand side here, we can go to the Create part. So this is where you need a minimum of Pro license to start creating reports in the service itself, and you can see the sort of familiar Get Data button there as well, which you can start to link to your data sources, be it files or database connections, and that's using the Power BI service rather than the Power BI desktop. So it's a good alternative. And you've got browse button to search any things that have been shared with you and anything that you've published. And then we come to this Data Hub section. So when you publish a report to the service, it splits your report into a report file and a dataset file. And so this contains all the datasets that either you have published or have been shared with you by your colleagues. And if you've got the correct permissions, then you should be able to use these datasets further to create reports on. So a good way to, with all the data wrangling steps and Power Query steps that you did in your Lab 1, if you were to publish that and someone else could now use that data model that you've created, and they wouldn't have to replicate all that data wrangling steps. So that would be available to them to then create a report on. So a good way to start getting one version of the truth for a particular data model. And we've got a section called Metrics, which is only available with a premium license, and it is there to help you track your goals for your development. But a colleague of ours has done a little bit of homework on this section. Didn't find it particularly useful. It's not something that we really recommend. There's definitely easier and better ways outside of Power BI to sort of track your project goals. So I'll move swiftly on to the apps section. So this is where any apps that you've that have been shared with you that you can access with a one click there. You can go to the Get Apps button as well to get more. I'll come back to this in a second in a little bit more detail. With the next one, the deployment pipelines, again this is only available with a premium license. And this is something that is useful. This will be, you can create deployment pipelines to help give that governance and control of your data assets that are being created, data objects, through different environments. So perhaps you'd want to develop an environment for particular teams, and you'd want to then pass it through to a testing environment that other people might go onto, and then a UAT, and perhaps then get to a production environment. And this is a way to kind of automate that transfer of data assets there in a packaged release. Okay. Then we've got the Learn button here, which gives you handy links to documentation, another link to the Power BI community, and some other sort of handy links there for trainings and whatnot. Okay, so if I go to the workspaces, you can see at the top there, I've got the My Workspace, which I referred to earlier, and then I've got a number of other workspaces as part of my organisation. So I'm going to click on one of my workspaces here, so you can see what that looks like. So, as I mentioned earlier, Publishing Service splits a report out into a report and a data set. So you can see an example here of the blue icon and the orange icon here being the same. That would have been the same PBIX file that got published. If I go to filters here, we've got a few other types of objects as well. So if I were to say select a dashboard, you can see the icon there, and data flow as well, and workbook. So yeah, so there's a few different types of files there. You can manage the access to your workspace if you've got the permissions. So you've got 4 kind of main roles really when it comes to workspace permissions. And if you go to the access button there, you can click on the Learn More to find out a bit more about the differences between those permission levels. But you've got admin, member, contributor, and viewer, basically. A good way to control permissions in the workspace. And just to mention as well, actually, a premium workspace, if that was relevant to your organisation, would have a little diamond next to it there, just to reiterate the benefits of that. Okay, so if I now change the view of this workspace from list to lineage, here we can be able to show you the benefits of this view. So on the right hand side here we've got dashboards, and then we've got reports, data sets, and the data source itself. So you can start to see in this view the dependencies of perhaps a particular dashboard or report. Scroll down there and you can start to see how many dependencies some reports can have. There's another handy feature here I want to point out. So I'm going to choose this path here where we've got a Power BI usage report with a Power BI usage data set, and that's got a couple of data sources here, so perhaps a SQL Server one. We've got a button here called Show Impact Across Workspaces. So if I clicked on there, we can see an impact analysis of how many workspaces that data source is being used in, and how many data sets, and if it was relevant, any data flows or data marts. We can't see how many reports and dashboards that it's been used in, but we can notify the contacts or the report owners. If I click this button, then this will send an email to any report owners Now, why would you want to do that? Perhaps in this example of a SQL Server data source, perhaps there's some database change that is planned in the coming weeks or months, and you want to make people aware of that across your organisation. That can be quite a time-consuming task. Knowing who is responsible for each report, and if you make those changes, if anything's going to break. So to help that sort of collaboration of change management, this is a useful tool to know about, to start that conversation, make people aware, and follow up. Okay. If I toggle back to the list view, we can see the include app toggle there that shows whether something is included in a workspace app. All workspaces can have an app, and the purpose of that is to package up a user-friendly amount of data objects, reports and dashboards into a handy kind of app that people can get connected to and use, rather than getting access to the workspace itself, which, as you can see, can start to become quite a long list. And when people perhaps aren't too familiar with Power BI, and certainly the back end anyway, and they just want to consume the data, an app is quite a good solution to allow that to happen, and also to allow you to share outside your organisation if you've got the premium capacity license there. Okay. I think that is the service overview. So I'm going to do a couple of quick demos now as well. We'll go to my demos dashboard. Got the first one here. First dashboard. I'm just going to give a quick show and tell. And this one is a fictitious business, kind of like a business scorecard really, of you've got three main swim lanes on the left hand side here. So this is a dashboard created in the Power BI service, and it's bringing together multiple reports underneath this. So the way that dashboards work is you put these tiles together, and these tiles are clickable to drill down further into the underlying reports. So you can see some KPIs here. This particular business has got a lot of red KPIs going on, so not the healthiest. If we were to perhaps look under the finance total debtors here, and I click on that tile, that takes me to an underlying report. And for more charts, more graphical analysis over time, and also we've got this days outstanding measure, which is helping to identify what organisations have been owner's debt for the longest. You can then hover over here, tooltip, should be able to see right click to drill through. So I'm going to do that, right click there, and I can drill through to the debtors for more underlying detail here. So we've got the days outstanding ranges at the top here, and the amounts. So the most outstanding here is about 1k, but certainly there's a big chunk of money in the 60 to 89 days, and a lot of that is this particular organisation. So you certainly want to be chasing that, trying to resolve that debt, trying to solve your underlying or overall debt issue or cash flow problem there. That's and then you can click back. That's a quick show and tell of a sort of an operational style dashboard that you would want data to be refreshed at some kind of frequency depending on your data sources, maybe every day, every week, every month, or maybe minute by minute. If if you're really keen. Okay, I'll show you another demo now as well, which is the one that I briefly touched upon earlier, the UK fuel prices. So this version is published to the Power BI service rather than in the gallery which I covered on before. So this particular report is a bit different in terms of it's more of a presentational type report of a data story rather than necessarily being refreshed on a continual basis. It's more to sort of make that presentation and make some salient points to your audience. So we've used a historic data set for over 16 years worth of data there on UK fuel prices, and you can quickly see the colour techniques here that have been used for the diesel and the petrol colours that are both in the title and then also in the lines and any labels as well. So this means that there's no need for a legend for your graph. It's very easy to see that, okay, this colour line means that it's diesel and this means that it's petrol. This technique of calling out a legend in the title there is from one of the best practice authors that we recommend, Cole Spanman, who wrote Storytelling with Data. So a pretty powerful technique there. As long as you use the colours consistently, people can see very quickly what you're trying to show. With the second graph here, so the first graph is over time, you see the peaks and troughs. The second graph here is showing a technique where we flatlined the petrol prices and done a percentage difference for the diesel values. So you can really easily see that over time, the diesel, with a couple of exceptions, diesel has remained consistently more expensive than petrol. That's a technique that we got from another best practice author, Edward Tufte, and another thing that he recommended was the terms. I'm going to introduce you to a couple of terms: data ink and non-data ink, and he defined these as data ink would be anything to do with your data values, really. So if we take the top chart, the data ink would be the two coloured lines and the average line, and then the non-data ink would be your labels, your axes, and things like that. So the idea that he introduced was to help to declutter your visualizations, that you should look to minimise non-data ink where you can. So the real test is to, if you were to remove a non-data ink item, so say for example I had grid lines on this chart, we removed those and it didn't lose any meaning or didn't lose anything to tell the story of what we're trying to convey, and so we decided to leave it off. And in that way, hopefully, it helps declutter, as I said, and simplify a visualization so that people can focus on the important bits of the detail rather than visually getting slightly distracted by anything in the background or any labels that are unnecessary. And we've used custom tooltips to kind of hide additional detail away, but that people might be interested in on a particular data point. So that one's gone high up and what the particular prices are. And if I click on the little navigation here, we can see some explanations that we've applied to some of the peaks and the troughs there. like to say that we've done extensive research on these timelines, but I think it was more a case of a quicker Google search, and we quickly came up with some text here that were relevant to fuel prices in the UK. This is all produced with standard out-of-the-box visuals and objects. And if I now click on the scroll bar, or the scroll arrow, I should say, it takes me to another sheet here, where we're now we've got a different measure. We're analysing the overall tax over time, and because we've got a new measure, we've got a new colour there of the sort of ultimate sort of pink, light pink colour. So that's in a quick overview of two reports serving different purposes really. So I'm going to now go back to our hands-on labs, unless there's any questions on any of that or anything else that's sprung to mind. So yeah, we'll put in best practice authors links if we haven't done already. Yeah, I'll put those links in shortly, Dave. Not a problem. Any other questions? What have we got here? I like the additional threshold lines. Tony, perhaps you want to take Laura's question as you...
Yeah, sure.
In the case of the average on there, it's a bit of a cheat, and sometimes that's how you want to do it. You need to do things. But the way I've done it, it's kind of cheating. What there's actually there's three visuals there, and it's overlaid. I've just overlaid something because this is a presentation. It's not really, it's quite static, so we can do that. The other way you can do it is you can just create a measure really and add the measure. So you create a measure that's just the average, and you just use a little bit of DAX to do it. But that would be one way of doing it. You'd have to get the DAX to ignore, if you like, your date range as you go through it. So there's a number of ways you can do it. It's nice to have that kind of reference.
Thanks, Tony. Just posting a link for Edward Tufty and the other one that just mentioned there. Oops. Is I didn't copy properly, so for that. Got back the same issue there, Tony. I'm copying from the link and it's not copying the actual link. Try again.
Yeah, maybe the link's broken.
There we go. So there are a couple of best practice authors that we recommend if you're interested. And then just picking up Victoria's question about licensing. And someone who doesn't work for a company that has, someone who doesn't work for a company that has premium capacity or a pro license access report shared with my organisation, which does have a premium capacity. So the organisation you're sharing to has a premium capacity, but your organisation doesn't, but you have a pro. Is that the right way around? Am I reading that right?
I'm pretty certain you can do that. Yeah, I will double check again. I'm 99% certain again. Yeah, I would definitely say that you can. Well, yeah, 99% I would say. Oh, okay, you have the premium capacity, the other organisation doesn't. Same applies, it's a bit of a complicated thing with external sharing. There's a number of ways of doing it, but yes.
Brilliant. So, Tony, do you want to head back to the lab support room? And
I'm just going to post the link again, so I'll be over there in a moment.
And continue with your lab exercises. If you have finished lab 2, you're more than welcome to move on to lab 3, Mark, and anyone else. We'll be doing a lab 3 walkthrough at 2 o'clock.
Noted. bez domu, bez partnera.
Tak, tak, więc jakby na to się nie zgadzam. Pani cisza tu jest. Okej, przepraszam, ale pokaż się. O. Więc co na pewno szóste zdanie?
Halo, halo. No i co? Halo?
Nie ma słyszę?
Tak, ja Ciebie też słyszę, a przedtem nie do końca.
Okej, okej. Tak, chciałam no, w każdym razie cały czas jest tutaj mamy też badawcze ani strały ogromne. No dobrze, to nie jest tak, że jakby to jest tylko teoretyczny, potem realizacja jakby działałam z mamą, więc chciałam powiedzieć, że jak dziecko, no naprawdę głęboko chowa, że te wszystkie swoje prawne rzeczy, które na co dzień nie dotykać i tykało, chociaż jestem z tobą wrażliwa i o tym, że masz raka, no jakby widziałam, jak to chowa, nie?
No tak.
Więc rozumieć, że ona strasznie się boi. I należy też świadek kurwa, jakby ten nie zajmiesz, jakby jej dyrektyw będziemy przyglądać, to masz taki problem, bo to jakby nie uda, nie?
No tak.
Powiedziałam jej, wiesz, to widzę, wrażenie, znalazłam to i powiedziała, że ja wiem, ja dobrze działamy. Ja bardzo wdzięczna, że to rozmawia tak dokładnie, że to jest trudne bardzo, że znowu pójdę nie do strony, nie słuchaj, tak nie. Ale jakby nie do rozmowy, bo jednak monologiczną stronę, żeby jednak dojść do zrozumienia z tymi rzeczami, z rzeczy. Ale powiedziałam, że to dla mnie wiem, do strony, że to jest jeszcze raz widzę, zawodowość też może wpisać nie? I jakby generalnie chciałabym, żeby nie rozbierał scenariusz, wiesz, do takiej formy, że zostanie granica, ogarnie i tam, i w dobrej formie, że nie będzie tam takiej formie. To tak, które jest piękniejsze, nie?
Ja też byłam w grupie. Kurwa, jak mi ktoś wtedy powiedział, kawa na ławę, wiesz, pani prezydent negatywne w szkole, tylko po prostu jest tak i tak, ja mam takie oczekiwania, robię to, w ogóle, wiesz, już nie ma nic, tak, kurwa nie, to po prostu nie. To jest bardzo, bardzo to dobrze powiedzieć, czyli mam zero oczekiwania, że ktoś się domyśli. Wiesz, nikt się nie domyślał przez lat, mówisz, 48, więc nie sądzę, żeby zaczęli się ktokolwiek domyślać teraz. I tak, co jest strasznie smutne jest to z naszymi mamami, bo wiesz, obie wygadują na siebie, ale nie ma w tym ani jednego momentu samorefleksji, no po prostu zero. Dla mnie to jest, ja mam wrażenie, ale boli mnie to bardzo. Moja mama właśnie wtedy. Bo mówię tak, po prostu tak mi się chwali, bo kurwa muszą się zmienić, tak? Albo zmieniają się dlatego, że no, jest tam cztery mechanizmy zmiany. A mi się wydaje, że jakby system dwóch naszych mam jest taki, że to, co mama nie musi się zmienić, to ma kasę. A twoja mama nie musi się zmienić, bo jednak gdzieś chyba tata, czyli panie, jako wszyscy ograbiacie trochę tą rzecz, wiesz, ten wzór, który twoja mama powinna, wiesz, urobić, no po prostu. Nie wiem, jak to nie jestem pomyślna, nigdy nikt się nie zmienił od tego, że ktoś powie, a pomyślisz, bo powinnaś, bo dlaczego nie. Ale moja mama na przykład powiedziała, rzuciła bardzo krótkim słowem, powiedziała, dlaczego Justysia się tak boi nowoczesności. Ja wiem, że chodzi mama? Mama mówi, bo wiesz, jak ja siedziałam na uniwersytecie i studiowałam starożytną filozofię, co było wolić, to moja siostra uczyła się programowania, więc uczyła się języka Pascala i uczyła się tak. No, ja się mojej mamy była taka duma, że miała taką zajebistą siostrę, która teraz, wiesz, wiem o co chodzi, dlaczego, że moja mama ma jakiś tam taki środek toaletyczny, który sobie nie dokrania, który już nie ma wstydu, więc ma sobie zamykać wszystkie. No, twoja mama to zobaczyła i to tak wiesz, a to człowiek. A mama mówi żadne nie jest to po prostu normalne, że wiesz, po prostu nie jest tak, że jak czegoś nie ma, to nie ma, tylko gdzieś szukasz, mama mówi, tylko trwa 3 sekundy w internecie. Po prostu a ty widzisz, i tutaj to trzeba dojść, ale twoja mama, bo ja zadzwoniłam do rozpaczona do twojej mamy, a twoja mama powiedziała bardzo mądrze, że mama nie wychodzi dlatego, że chcesz kupić, tylko wychodzi do umierającego męża. Jak to zabierze, powiedziała mama, to ty nas fajnie zbawuje. I to jest prawda. Wiesz, mój ojciec jest naprawdę tak dzielny, tak uczy moją, wiesz, uważam, że to jest niesamowite takie podejście do menedżowania swojego życia. Jest to wspaniałe po prostu. Jest to naprawdę super w porównaniu, jaka jest alternatywa. No niesamowite. Dobrze, że jesteś na świecie, dobrze, że wiesz, mam nadzieję, strasznie mi ciekawi, jak jest w twojej rodzince przyrodnie, bo być może są zajebiści, bo być może odpowiedni takim sercu, wiesz, to tak jak ja patrzę na mojego brata przyrodniego, no to ty masz te geny wspólne i to w ogóle nie jest przeszkody. Jest to strasznie miłe, jakieś takie poczucie, nie wiem, takie psychologiczne bezpieczeństwo. Więc wiesz co, dobra. Trzymam się kciuki za to spotkanie, dziękuję ci za twoją pomoc.
Okay, everyone. We're going to do our third lab walkthrough now. So Tony's back in the room. So do you want to take us through that, Tony?
Yeah, sure. Just let me share screen. Give me a second. Okay, so this third lab, first thing I'll say really, this is your chance to shine with your creative, get your creative juices going and do what you want to do. Or you can try to exactly replicate what you see here. We, both Steve and I and anybody else at Altus, have a number of issues with the way this looks, but it's a good exercise in terms of how to actually format and present your data. So you'll learn a lot about the techniques. I'm not going to go through everything in the lab for this one, so I'm going to go a little bit off piste for this one, but I will try to cover some of the main aspects of it, and so you can then go and have a try yourself. So that's the aim broadly, is to get something that looks like that. So if you've been following along so far, you'll have something that looks a bit like this. And I've just loaded the data back to 2014. So that's the first thing you'll do. That will probably take you a few minutes just to get all of that data in. There's a lot in there. It's a very big data file. Just a second. Let's get to the end of that. Right, let's come back in mind. Right, okay, so first thing we're going to do, I'm just pull up that because I don't want to miss something really important. Is we can start to play about with some background colours. So we talked here, for example, about growth here. What if that works now? There we go. So we've got our growth figures here. We're looking, if I look, for example, specifically at urban, I'm going to turn on the drill down. I'm going to click on just extreme. There we go. Right, okay. And we have some growth variances here from year to year. And a good way of kind of highlighting it is to actually use some kind of conditional formatting. So you can start really the big differences will pop for people, which they don't necessarily do at the moment. So I'm going to do here is if I go into my percentage growth, and I'm going to add conditional formatting, and we're asked to change the background colour. And all we're going to do is add the three colours, so I add the colour here, and it's simplest form, it's as simple as this. Now, depending on what you've selected, one problem with this, it's very dependent on the range of data you've got here. So you see here, we've got some very big differences. The example they have is specifically given us asked us to deselect certain sets of data, so that we've got a relatively small range of variances. In this, so your darkest colours and lightest colours will show up more. You can see here the 90s and 33s are all showing the same, more or less, but we've got different colours really highlighting big variances in our data. So that's a really good technique. I wouldn't necessarily favour using the background colour. There are other ways of doing this, so you've got other options. If we look at conditional formatting here, we can use things, for example, data bars. So they'll give you almost like mini charts against, and they're really good way of calling it out. But you have to play it and see what you prefer. The next thing we're going to cover is, let's see, play with Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah.
So the next
So the
thing
next
I'm
thing I'm
going
going
to
to
cover
cover
is around
around
this slicer that we have here. Now,
Now,
the lab
the lab
manual
manual
is based on
Power
Power BI
BI
to the November release. And the
And the
December release, this is the way this works has changed. So you might want, if you've got a Power BI version in the teal colour that I have here, where everything is highlighted, all these things are highlighted teal, you might want to make a quick note of this, and not specific, rely on what's in the lab manual. If you've got the older version, use the lab manual, but it will get updated. So if I click on here now, we're asked to change type of settings. So slicer settings here, and I get list options, and one of them is going to be a tile. And this probably, well, I think it looks better. We can now see all of them here, and we can click on that still here, the same way as we did before. And immediately, by the way, you see that these variances here make a lot more sense now than they did before. They're looking at the top end of the range and the bottom end of the range. We could add more than one as well if we want by pressing the control key, and it's all interactive, of course. What we can also do, if you remember, we brought in a logo, and it didn't make a lot of sense at the time. So let's go for some data, and we look at manufacturer, and we've got a logo here, basically your I want to highlight this column, and one of the things we get here is a data category. At the moment it's uncategorized. But an option we have is an image URL. And by doing that, what we're doing is we're telling Power BI that this particular field is an image, firstly, rather than just a piece of data in its own right. And secondly, it's telling us where to go and get that image from. Now, what I can do is just go back to the data here, and instead of manufacturer, I'm going to pull logo in instead, and take that. And we actually get the logos for each of the manufacturers coming through instead. Which is kind of quite clever. Whether you use it within your organisation, maybe you'd use it if you had different, I don't know, if you're in the manufacturing business, for example, different product ranges, maybe it would be useful. I'm going to do one more thing as well. I'm going to click again on formatting. I've got options for slicer header. I'm going to take the slicer header off. I don't need. It's pretty obvious what we're looking at there. So that's all sitting there. And next thing we're going to do now is if we go to this one. And rather than having a card here, I'm going to use a different visual, so I don't need to recreate it necessarily. I can just change it here. So I'll say I want to gauge. And this gauge gives us just a visual representation. Now again, you may or may not find this useful. We tend to prefer to use a different one, which is called KPI, which is also on here. But because it's a little bit more efficient in the way it uses space, and obviously real estate on your canvas is really important. But this is one way of doing it. If you don't have too much data to display, we can immediately see what the revenue is. It doesn't necessarily give us much perspective, so what we can add to this is actually a target, for example. So the target value, I'm going to cheat and say our target is to get last year's prior year sales, and we get a little line on it, we can actually go and change the colour of that. So I my target data labels, gauge axis colours, target colour. Maybe I want that in bright orange, for example. Maybe it stands out a little bit better than it does otherwise. And so it's just another way really of presenting your data. And The other thing we can do here is we've got these default colours, and they're not too bad, they're much better than the original colours that came with Power BI, or the theme that came with Power BI when it first got released. But we might prefer a different colour scheme for whatever reason. The main reason is just because within our organisation there might be some brand guidelines, and we want to kind of conform to them and make our reports look like their internal reports that relate to our organisation and something that people are familiar with. So the way we can do this is if I go into the View tab, and here we have a set of themes, and it gives us some default themes already, and different themes will do different things. So for example, if I look on this one, we get this really is just changing the colours. There are some examples, and I can't remember exactly. Oh, there we go. So this one actually has removed some of the as Steve said earlier, non-data ink from our report, because if you think about it, this says summer revenue by country. I don't really need to know on this axis that summer revenue by country written here is pretty obvious. That's what we're looking at. So that's not too bad, though I don't necessarily like the purple. Well, if I don't like the purple, what we could do, so what I have here, sorry. I can actually customise this. I don't want purple. I want a different colour. Maybe I want orange, for example. It's going to look horrible, but oops, don't pink. But you can play about with different colours and do various things with it. Also, though, that's fine. You don't want to be doing that for every single report, and it's going to be very hard if you want to get consistency with it around your organisation in terms of colour schemes. So a far better way of doing it is to import a theme already. So if I go browse the themes here, we've actually given one here already. So click on theme, and we have this here, and it's a JSON file. Not everybody will be familiar with JSON files, but for all intents and purposes here, all it really is a series of tags that's telling us what to do with different parts of our report. So there'll always be a JSON file sitting there in the background of Power BI anyway. But we've now got this custom one, so I'm going to go open, and this immediately gives us a theme, and it applies all the way across all our visualizations. So any new visualizations we bring in, our default colour, for example, is going to be this dark blue, and again, what would normally happen is somebody would go in and modify this. Basically, it's some of you may be familiar with the concept of hex colours. Basically, every colour's got a code against it, so you apply a code colour to each of these. But you can also change other behaviour, like as I said, whether you're showing or not showing headings and vertical and horizontal titles and things like that. So you can do a number of things with that. And then you can actually save your theme back as well if you wanted to, if you modified the theme. But you can have play with that and see what works for you. The other thing we can do is whiz through because there's a lot of stuff in here. We can start to expand again, change some of these. So maybe for example on this one here, we'd like to see how our sales are progressing, what's the growth. So I could actually add this, and I'm going to change the chart type. So line stack chart here, and I'm going to add the growth on here. So I now have a second axis on here. And you can see the nature of our data here. We've got this odd thing going on here, so you can actually change that. And you may want to filter out the current year because that looks odd. Sorry, this is last year now, but you can again, if you go in here, you can have a play about again on this format data. And Again, this might look slightly different depending on what version of Power BI you have. If it hasn't been updated for a few months, you might have to navigate this in a slightly different way. But you see here, we can say, well, I want lines, what do I want my line, what about colour, I want my growth, maybe I want to really stand out more, and do that maybe in orange. So you can change things like change the default colour, make it grey, something like that. So again, you can do lots of different things with it. The other thing we might want to do, in fact we always would want to do, is to add some kind of title. And the easiest way to do that is just from the menu here, we just go insert text box. So go insert text box, and I'm just going to type something here, and I'm going to say manufacturer. Difficult to read there, isn't it? Manufacturer. Stuff this spelling, isn't it? There we go. Probably want to make that a bit bigger than that. It's a bit difficult to read, so we can format it. Highlight it all. We do 18. I'm making it bold. I'm also going to do something else with this. For a while, but we'll leave that for now. And the other thing we could do if we wanted to as well is add some images. And one we're going to add is we're going to actually add a logo. Now we've got the logo here, but we can actually add the logo there as well. So just do it there. There we go. That's what we want. Right, okay. So again insert, and I'm going to say insert image. And we have the logo for that still. We bring that in here. And you can't see much at the moment. Very difficult to do it on there. Right, okay. So the logo is in white. That doesn't help us very much here. So another thing we can do is we can actually put some kind of background onto here as well. So if I click someone on Canvas itself, I need to be careful on the visualizations. And I'm going to say Canvas background. And I'm going to look for an image. And we've got this background image here. And when I bring that in, nothing happens whatsoever. Because for some reason, whoever originally did this for Microsoft decided a good idea to bring in any image with 100% transparency, so it's completely invisible. So you'll need to change that first. So we're going to change that back there. Now we can see a logo. That makes more sense. We're just going to change the size of it. I'm going to change this now as well. I think that would look better in white because it stands out more. Maybe I want to make that a little bit bigger actually. There we go. Manufacturing analysis. This is when you see how picky I am with this sort of stuff, so it'll be there hours given a chance to get just not what to look. But we've got that in there, so it's still got to select different manufacturers as well. So it's created this background. We never use something like this background in reality, certainly not this one. Because what you can see is it's creating little boxes for us. But it's going to limit now what we put in the boxes, otherwise it's going to look a bit rubbish. So if I go in here now, I can squeeze them in. But I'm trying to make my data fit a sort of predefined format, which is not really a great thing. But if we just go on to there, checking how we're doing at the time. Right, okay, so we've got that on there. Right. That's not too bad. Maybe we need to do some of this one, I think. move them across there. As I
As I
say,
say,
you really
would
you just play about with this, decide how you want this to look. And there's really no rule specifically about this. Just bearing in mind you don't want things to be too cluttered, and you're just thinking about the type of chart you're showing in any of these. So that's kind of like sort of improve the format and everything else. And we've got things looking a bit how we want. We might want to rename the page. Maybe this is our maybe this is just our dashboard. For argument's sake. So that's just like in Excel. You just go down to the tab at the bottom. And by the way, you can see you can also create new Canvas pages as well. On there in the same way, so you just create a new one and you name it however you want to name it. So now we've done that, and we've got this set up here. The next thing we can do is start to add some different visualizations. There is one that you can do which is called Smart Narrative Visual, so feel free to have a play with that. I'm not going to do that here now. But one that we are going to have is going to be a custom visual, because it's worth knowing how to add these in and what we do with them. So we've currently got all of our if you like, default visualizations here. There's quite a few to play with, and they quite often have additional ones in as well. But we're asked to play axis, and we don't have this. So I can actually click here and get more visuals. And what this does is it takes us to the Microsoft site, and we can have a look. You see here there's actually lots of different things. Now, these have been created by, some of them have been created by Microsoft themselves, but most of them are created by third parties, or just basically PBI enthusiasts. Some of these people are very clever, and they quite often have specific requirements. Maybe for example, scientific analysis and so on. There's nothing that's there already, so they've actually created their own. It is a little bit of a bit of the Wild West, because anybody can dump anything here. There is a blue tick concept, so it's Power BI certified, which gives you a little bit more confidence. And you can see actually there's a play axis, you can search for it, but here's a play axis. And it tells us what it is, and I'm going to say we'll add this in. And we now find this as an additional visual. Now, depending on your organisation, this ability may have been turned off, and the main reason it's been turned off is because of the third party. Your IT department may not be comfortable with the security that sits around these. And you quite often get this with mapping, for example. Particularly as they can actually costs as well associated with them, when in fact there are associated costs associated with maps. So you may find some of the custom visuals you just can't be able to download yourself. But this one for us here, we can. If you can't, whatever reason you can't, don't worry about it. But I'm going to add this one in. So I'm going to add this visual here. And this one's just going to ask us for a bit of information, which basically is going to be around our dates. So I'm just going to bring our dates to here. And the idea with this is that we can basically make this work a bit faster. Try this. And it a bit fast. I think it's because I did year rather than anything else. But basically, it lets you flip between the years and moves them along for you. We will see a demonstration of something similar, but it's not using the play axis later, where this is quite useful. It's not so useful here. You could also, for example, again, it will have its own custom colours. It's got its default colour. This particular one has got these horrible colours on as well. I'm not going to use the example because there's in the manual does ask you to do that. The other thing we can do as well, just sort of wrapping up this really, is we may have certain selections that we want to save. An example would be, let's say we want reports just going to go to people in Australia. So keep it fairly simple at the moment. And they're only interested in the data for the last 3 years. So we've got a selection here. Now, every time we update the report and they go in the report, they're going to have to go and select their Australian data. They're not really interested in anybody else's data at all. So we can use the idea of bookmarks. And if I go back to the view here, and I click on bookmark, we get this extra tab here. So I can now go add, and I'm going to rename it. I'll call it, so it's just obvious what it is, Australia last 3 years. And then if I just click off here and go back to my defaults, and then I click on the bookmark, it immediately takes us to this selection. So we can put as many as like within reason. It can get complicated to measure, to manage, but within reason we can put as many of these in as we like. And we can sort of, so we go through, we add them all in. And maybe we've got another one for Japan, and then the last 2 years, whatever the combinations are. All sorts of combinations you can do. You can also, by the way, control the interactivity of these. So it might be that you want to change the data, you may just want to change the display and the current page. It's really a case of playing about with them and finding out what works for you. But what we're going to do here is I'm just going to add something that would make it a little bit easier to use these bookmarks. So the people I'm sending this to, they're not that comfortable with Power BI. They won't know how to go into bookmarks and change them. So I'm going to put a button in there for them. A number of ways you can do that. If you go insert buttons, you can apply them on shapes. But I'm going to say insert here, and I'm just going to, there is a bookmark one, I'm going to do a blank one here. It very usefully. Where's it gone? Actually, I don't know, because I'm never going to be able to find it. Let's do. We'll use the bookmark one. It's so difficult to see what this is. Right, okay, there we go. Right, okay, so. And then I can start to do things with it, so I could. But the most important thing I need to do is give it an action. So my action here is apply a bookmark. We've only got one here, and I go OK. And if I click on that, and click that in, I need to press Control. If this was in the service, I could just press Select. But I press Control, and that would then give us the bookmark that we were looking at. Maybe we'd have a reset one. And there's lots of clever things we can do with this. We can have overlay and things like that. So it gives you a lot of options. You can even change, for example, you might want to do different views. So maybe you show and hide certain visualizations based on the bookmarks. The other thing I would say is don't use it as a security, a way of keeping your data secure. So if, for example, you wanted a certain department to not be able to see certain data from other departments, bookmarks is not really a very secure way of doing that. There's far better and far more secure ways of doing it. So that really sort of wraps up what I was going to cover off here. Really, it's a case of sort of playing about with it, getting it to work how you would like to see it, see your final report, and then once you've done that, you're sort of ready for the next step, which would be then to publish it to the Power BI service. So I didn't see whether there were any sort of questions, Steve, that came through. I wasn't following the chat.
We'll answer as we go, so I think we're up to date in terms of that. So I think it's it's break time for everyone. So let me get a timer up for 15 minutes. We'll have our afternoon break, and when we come back after the 15 minutes, Chris Kearns will be back to give another demo, and this time it's to touch on a report that has got a lot of the cool features that was mentioned earlier. So that'll kick us back after the break. But see you all in 15 minutes. Hey, welcome back everyone. That was our last break of the day, so we're into the final section of today. And Chris has joined us again to take us through our next demo. It's got a lot of cool features, so I think you're going to like this. Pay close attention and try and think how certain features might be useful in your own organisation. So I'll pass over to you, Chris.
Thanks very much, Steve, and hi again, everybody. Hope the training is going well. This demonstration is going to be showing you a report that we've published to the Power BI service. So I'm not in Power BI Desktop, I'm in the Power BI service. And thumbs up if you can see my screen. Fabulous, thank you. So, as Steve said, as I'm going through this demonstration, it'd be good if you can think about, okay, cool, I think we could use this sort of function that Chris just described in our organisation to do X, Y, Z. So stay open to that idea. And basically what we're demonstrating here is a admissions report for a fictitious university called Londonshire. You see up in the corner we've got Londonshire University. So this is not real data, this is a demonstration we've created. We've used pretend data that we've created in a data warehouse that we've built behind this report, built in Azure, for anyone who's interested from a technical perspective. And as you can imagine, if you're the head of a university or the head of marketing for a university or a course administrator for a university, etc., you would be interested in understanding how the number of admissions is progressing over the course of an academic year. And so to that end, we are showing very clearly that we've got admissions for academic year 2018-2019 as the heading, and you'll see that everything else on the report is based around that. So the most important real estate on our screen is the top left, and we've reserved that to show the cumulative number of applications over the course of the academic year. You'll see from the legend that the current academic year, or the most recent, is the dark line, with prior years fading into the background for comparison. I will point out that what I'm going to show in this demo is 5 key things. I'm going to focus on data visualization best practices, drill through reports, how we've embedded this report in a client-facing website, how we've used row-level security, and a cool feature I think you'll like is how we've used the Power App to allow people to add commentary to this report. So as I mentioned, data visualization best practices is something I want to highlight. Choosing to display the most important visual in the top left-hand corner is one of the data visualization best practices that we teach, and that we'll be also talking briefly about in our free webinar next Tuesday if you're interested in attending that. Some other data visualization best practices that we've employed is minimal use of color. Now, some of you might say, well, this is quite a dull looking report, it's very grey. But it's not the grey that we're focused on, it's the other colour that we've used sparingly that is of importance. So hopefully your eye is drawn to the things that do have colour. For example, you could see splashes of red, you could see some splashes of blue. And that's on purpose. We're drawing people's attention to those things. If we had multiple colours all over the place, then colour becomes less powerful as a tool to draw people's attention. So it doesn't matter what colour scheme you use in your organisation, but data visualization best practice encourages a neutral colour palette with higher saturated colours used sparingly to draw people's attention. So let's have a look at this. We've got down here some KPIs listed at the bottom, such as number of applications, offers, acceptances, etc. you'll see that there's also a goal listed under those KPIs. Where we haven't met the goal, we're highlighting those numbers in red. Where we have met the goal, we're highlighting those numbers in blue. But we're not just relying on colour to tell that story. Because another thing that we teach in our data visualization and best practice training, and some of you may know this, about 10% of males are red-green colourblind and about 1% of females are red-green colourblind. So if you understand that, then you know that just showing a colour alone may not make it readable for all audiences. So you'll see that where something is red and hasn't met the goal, we've also included an exclamation mark to help those who have red-green colour blindness. Similarly, where we've met a goal, we're using a tick. You can see other places where we've used red includes here. We've got a data bars showing the number of applications, cumulative applications, broken down by course, and we're also showing the year-on-year percent difference. So we can see that computer science has grown 96% year-on-year with its number of applications. Where a course has gone backwards year-on-year, we've used red to highlight that, again, drawing people's attention to that piece of information. But we're not just relying on colour. Again, with the data bars, if they're left off the zero axis, then someone who can't perceive red is able to still see that visually. As well, we've got another backup indicator, which is the actual number, so people can read that that's a negative number. And of course, Power BI does cool things like, let's sort this chart by year-on-year percentage growth, and then we can cluster all the reds down the bottom, which makes it easier to see as well. You can see also we've got splashes of red over here, and some of you might say, well, why are you highlighting those red when each of the departments has grown year-on-year? And the reason we've got a red circle, different to these red data bars, is to get people curious and to hover over one of the departments that has a red circle. And in this case, we can see medical sciences has 2 courses that have gone backwards year-on-year. So whilst medical sciences has grown 9% year-on-year, there are 2 courses that have gone backwards. And we've surfaced that information to the top level via custom tooltips. A lot of these tricks that I'm showing you are not things we're going to teach you today. These are things to inspire you, to show you what's possible with Power BI. So that's another example of data visualization best practice, is using custom tooltips to surface more detailed information. So that's just a couple of things from a data viz best practice. A few more other things. We've got a custom visual tooltip here, which is giving context-specific help to that particular department visual so that people can read what that red circle means. Or in this visual here, if they want context-specific help, we can, let's try this one, we can hover over this one, and it gives us context-specific help for that visual. We've also got a custom tooltip here, which is also showing further charts embedded within the custom tooltip. So there's lots of different things you can do in that regard. If we look over here, we've got a question mark, and if I hover over that question mark, it's giving me some report metadata, which can be useful for your audience to understand when the data was last updated, where that data comes from, who the technical and business owner is, etc. That question mark is also doubling as a button, and if I click on that, we've got this super cool translucent overlay, which is giving some more contextual help to our audience. Having these things tucked away and not taking up screen real estate is another data visualization best practice. A lot of these features that we've built into this report, we've included in an Altus Power BI template that Steve and Tony are going to talk about a little bit this afternoon. So that's some of the data visualization best practices. Let's talk about drill-through reports now. If I'm seeing this, medical sciences has two courses that have gone backwards year-on-year, then I could choose to right-click on medical sciences and drill through to look at some further information about the medical sciences department. So here we've gone through to a drill-through report. You can see it's for medical sciences. You can see there's a whole bunch more visuals with red drawing people's attention. I'm not going to go into the details of this, but that's basically how you can set up drill-throughs. If we wanted to look at these 14 people who've had their application withdrawn, we can drill through again and see who they are. And in this list, we're seeing the details of those people. We might want to get in contact with them. So again, thinking about your own organisation, you might be looking at sales by department and drilling through to look at those individual sales transactions. You might be looking at finance transactions, whatever it might be. And you can see in our template that we've got some nice easy navigation to take our users back up through those various levels of drill through to make it as easy as possible. So that's a quick look at drill through. I'm going to skip over to this second tab here now. So far, as I mentioned at the start, we've been looking at this report within the Power BI service. This report's been published to the Power BI service. Let's now look at this same report embedded within a client-facing website. So have a think about that for a minute, and imagine being able to provide Power BI reports to your clients embedded within a secure part of your client portal. Some of you may have websites where your clients can already log in to your website securely. They might be seeing invoices, or they might be seeing information about the services they're consuming. But imagine if you could also show them reports. Not only is it a report, but it's an interactive report. It does all the stuff that I just showed you. It has the ability for people to interact with it. People can still drill through if they want to. People can click on medical sciences and filter the report just to see data for medical sciences. So it's a fully interactive report embedded within your website. Now, you wouldn't want to publish this straight on your public-facing website because I'm sure all of your data would be sensitive and you only want to show certain things. So what we've used here to make this happen is something called Power BI Embedded. And this is a service that you can procure from Microsoft Azure that allows you to embed reports without your clients having to have a Power BI license. That's the trick. Somebody has got to pay for a license. In this instance, by using Power BI Embedded, we as Altus are choosing to pay for that service from Microsoft and make it free to our clients. That could be the same for you if you were to use Power BI Embedded. While I'm here, I'm also going to show you how row-level security works. So imagine your clients log in and you don't want them to see data for all your clients, you only want them to see data that they're allowed to see. So I'm going to simulate that by this functionality we've created over on the left-hand side here. This functionality on the left is not Power BI. This is something we've created in this website. So if I choose to log in as Jensen George, you can see Jensen is the head of medical sciences. I'm going to submit that. This is simulating a different user logging in. So here we are, someone's logging into your client portal. The portal is picking up who that user is, and it's filtering this report automatically based on their security context to only show the data that they're allowed to see. In this instance, it's the medical sciences data. And no matter what Jensen does, if he drills down or he clicks on anything, he can't see anything else except his data. We've achieved that using something called row-level security that we've built within the Power BI data model and we've built within the Power BI report itself. Pretty cool. The last thing I want to show you, I'm going to skip back over to the Power BI service. For the keen-eyed among you, when I hovered over medical sciences, you saw that there was a comment saying, has anyone investigated this? Added on the 10th of January. Keep that in mind, because I'm now going to click medical sciences to filter the report, just to show medical sciences. And I'm going to click on this button over here. This button is launching a Power App. Some of you might be using Power Apps in your organization already. It's basically Power Apps is part of the Microsoft Power Platform suite of products that you can license. Power Apps enable you to build applications without having to necessarily get IT involved in the building of them. It's low-code application development. In this case, we've built a Power App that allows people to add commentary. So you'll see that it's filtered for the latest academic year, it's filtered for medical sciences, and I'm just going to add a comment to say, needs attention. When I submit this, the Power App is writing this data back to the underlying data source, which I mentioned at the start of the demo is an Azure data warehouse sitting under the hood. This could be writing back to whatever source you have in your organization. That's finished doing that now. I'm going to turn that off. I'm now going to hover over medical sciences. It's going to query live my data set, and you can see that today I've added a comment saying needs attention. That's the last bit of the jigsaw that I wanted to show you. So I showed you some data visualization best practices. I showed you drill through reports, embedding the report in a client-facing website. You could also embed it in Teams or SharePoint, low-level security, and write back using a Power App. If any of that is of interest to you and you'd like to understand more about how we could help you do that, I'm going to be switching over to the Alta Services breakout room when Tony or Steve pop that link in the chat window. But I'm going to be there until 3:30 if you'd like to come and have a chat with me, or if you'd like to chat to me about training or Power BI consulting services that we might be able to provide, or anything else with regards to data analytics, I'm very happy to discuss. So Steve, back to you, and thanks for your time, everyone. Please, hopefully that's inspired you as to what's possible in Power BI, and come and have a chat if you're interested.
Brilliant, thanks Chris. Thanks for that. And as Chris said, it's the Alta Services room link there that Chris is heading over to. So you're more than welcome to go and chat anything data related. It doesn't have to be Power BI, it could be something else, but certainly I'm sure we're focusing on Power BI today, but we're going to go back to our hands-on labs in the meantime. So wherever you left off, I know we've done our lab 3 walkthrough now, but if you're still working on lab 1 or lab 2, just go back to where you left off. And Tony will also be going into the lab support room again. So I think, yeah, Tony's added the link to the chat again. So that's great. Thanks, Tony. And he'll head over there now. So. Okay, everyone, if I could just have your attention for a few minutes, just going to have a little chat, a little further chat about data visualization best practice, and share a few hopefully useful links for you all on that subject. So I think one of the things that sort of sets us apart is our passion for data visualization best practice. And before I joined, I'd certainly heard of the concept, but I didn't, don't think I understood it in any great detail. So as a kind of background, as an analyst, I'd always been taught to get the numbers right, but not necessarily taught how to sort of best practice principles on how to lay out a report, how to choose the correct chart type for a particular purpose. So I always wanted to create attractive reports and took a lot of pride in this, but I don't think I had a particularly scientific way of choosing my choice of choosing which chart to use for a particular purpose, and colour choices and whatnot. It was pretty much down to what I thought looked good at the time, and there would be times where perhaps you would present your data or your reports to stakeholders, and often it would be the loudest stakeholder, which would really heavily influence the look and feel of the report, rather than maybe a further sort of justification of why reports would look a certain way. So I'm just going to put into the chat another poll that asks a quick sort of question of whether anyone has had best practice principles, data visualization best practice principle training. So I'm just going to pop that into the chat window, and we'll have a look at what people's experiences are of that. It should open up if you click on the link to sort of simple question. I think three choices there of your experience of data visualization principles training. I'll just wait for a few more responses to come in. So it looks like we've got at least one person that has had some formal training on data viz principles, and we've got a group of people there, 4 people at the moment, that have been to some talks or perhaps conferences, but certainly the majority of people haven't had any formal training, and perhaps have not been to any talks or conferences either. And the reason we ask this is pretty typical, to be honest, of regardless of audience, whether it be data analysts or data professionals, or managers, data consumers, people in any kind of position really, it's safe to say that you get less than 5% of people having any kind of formal training here. I think that's a shame, because if you think about it, it's really the last hurdle of how useful a report can be perceived by consumers. The real sort of design of a report, and there's a lot of theory that can really help drive up data report usage. So it's really important to understand this. So I'm going to put in a few links to some related blogs, first of all, on this subject that may be of interest, and Also, I think Chris might have mentioned it earlier, we do have a free webinar coming up. It's a 1 hour free webinar to sign up for as well, where we'll be taking a deeper dive into this subject. And that is on the 24th of January. And you might want to sign up for. And I think I shared a couple of authors earlier. I'll reshare those as well as a couple more that we like to recommend. There's a lot out there. I think you may well have come across others, and someone shared another one earlier. But there's four to start off with. And I think if certainly if you don't do anything else, I do recommend signing up for our free webinar. It's another hour well spent in progressing your data visualization skills, how best to present data in a more scientific way. And when you're having those discussions with your stakeholders, you'll be on a surer footing of why you chose that chart for that type, and why you want to lay out things in a certain way, perhaps use drill downs, custom tooltips, that kind of stuff, to really help the user experience of your report. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to touch upon there. Are there any good LinkedIn learning courses on data visualization that you could recommend? There's loads of good stuff on LinkedIn Learning. Trying to think of particular data viz stuff. Can't think of anything that I've used off the top of my head. Maybe Tony has. I've used stuff on Udemy, I think is where I've tended to go to. But okay, yeah, great. We've got a recommendation there. Thanks, Meg. Yeah, I mean, the great thing about these things is typing in the search engine in LinkedIn Learning, and you'll certainly get plenty of offerings there. But yeah, please continue on your hands-on labs, and we'll probably start wrapping up around about 4 p.m. today. I'll pop in a couple of channels, YouTube channels that I like, on Power BI as well, and I'm sure they've got some videos on data visualization, but loads of other stuff as well, so I'll pop that in the chat window.
Hey there. Come on.
Okay, so I think Tony's back with us, and the lab support is closed. So we'll start wrapping up with some of our end of day slides and topics, and have a chance to see a chance for Q&A as well. So I know we've done this reminder a few times today. Kind of hopefully that underlines how important it is to have your feedback. So just to reiterate that the Microsoft email with the personalised link will come, I think, shortly after 5 today. So I really appreciate if you can fill in that survey. It should only take a couple of minutes of your time. And yeah, like I say, would thank you for that. So at the start of today, I did mention that there was other parts to being successful in business intelligence. So this is our handy slide that we put together to talk around some of those components. So with a tool like Power BI, it does obviously give business intelligence capabilities to more and more users, and some of those would have had no previous data analytics training, so it's certainly important to consider how best to use this and how to make the most of data transformations and data potential in your organisation. So what we've got here is a foundation in the light coloured blue there of training and governance. So obviously if I cover training first of all, that should help people to build more effective reports and minimise the risk of misleading or inaccurate visualisations from not having much understanding about things like data modelling and data visualisation principles. And also it should help to bring report developers up to a common level throughout your organisation. It's important as well that with the monthly releases of new versions of Power BI, that you keep users up to date with new features, and perhaps with larger features, maybe even some demos of that. So maybe not on a monthly basis, but certainly perhaps quarterly or bi-yearly is a decent sort of frequency, and maybe monthly newsletters of new features as well. On the governance side, so that helps to add an element of control to your report development. It's striking the right balance here between allowing people freedom to explore data and create visuals, with managing a central single version of the truth that people can rely on. So when it comes to managing your business performance and monitoring that, you'll certainly want to have various constraints and business rules within your data measures that are built and that the rules are adhered to, and perhaps data models that reflect that. And you'll also want to have test processes in place and an agreed deployment mechanism of new data assets. And hopefully this would give you a certified set of data sets, reports and dashboards that can be a trusted source for your organisation. But alongside this, you need to give people opportunities to explore your data, and this should help make sure that organisations can innovate and move with the times there. So the first part, first arrow that we've got is design and development. So obviously that design is important for report creation and dashboards, but also to have that effective and timely deployment mechanism as well. And there's a number of options in the Power BI toolkit, so it's important to know how your organisation will use these and who will do it as well, who's responsible and accountable at the different stages. Then we come on to rollout and adoption. So this is about preparing your users for what is coming, perhaps through meetings and training, perhaps through videos and demonstrations and newsletters and that kind of thing. And then with your adoption, you need to be clear on who the report or the dashboard is for, who's going to use it and for what purpose. What data models can be used for different purposes as well. And then you'll want to monitor the usage of your reports, and if they're not having the impact that you hoped, to investigate the reasons behind that, and take those reasons and drive it up through better design. And then we come to the support and maintenance area there. So that's just to underline that BI is not just a project, but it is an ongoing business function, and you need to have that consideration of those ongoing overheads and costs, but also to keep your reports relevant, and to have that change mechanism in place to be able to keep reports that don't become outdated. Otherwise, users will start to seek other solutions over time if you can't keep up with the business changes. As you develop new features to keep up with that, obviously you need to consider perhaps further user training, certainly user awareness, and also new joiners to the business, perhaps to put that as part of the induction process. So one way to help on this journey of BI success and to use best practice principles is I think I mentioned earlier that there's some template functionality in Power BI, and here at Altus we have created our own template, which I'll give a quick demo of now. So this, the idea of this is that you'll be able to help streamline your report creation for both yourself and others within your team and organisation. So you can use a template as a foundation, and this should help to give that consistency and standardisation of report development with your report layout, standard data models and calculations. So let me just go to our example. Hang on, I got it. I think I've got it in this one actually. There we go. Okay, so this is a template file. I'll just expand that a little bit. So this we've been creating PBIX files to publish to the service. This is a different type of file. It's a PBIT file. This particular template that we've constructed, it's going to ask for this date CSV to be loaded in. So let me just click on that, and I'll show you what I mean. Taking a couple of moments to open. Just bear with me a second. Drag it over. Let me drag this over to here. Oops. We'll try that again. While having multiple screens, you need to keep on top of where to share things. Let me share my other screen quickly. normally have it as a default open on my larger screen. So there we go. Right, so I've opened the template file, and it's prompted me for a couple of parameters here. So this is something that should help. Where it can be bespoke, first of all. You can have different parameters to prompt for things. This particular one is asking to load a standard date file. So it's a bit similar to your lab. You created a date table earlier using DAX. This is an alternative method where you've got your standard date table in a CSV file, and you can just sort of load it into a template as a standard. The other one here is just basically given the author of the report, so who's going to be creating the report today, so I'll put my own name. With this one I would put the file path, where I've got the CSV loaded, saved, sorry, and then that would load that in. So the idea of a template, really, you don't want to have too much going on, because you want to be able to reuse this for many purposes. So we've got this kind of fairly empty, apart from the fact that we loaded in this date file. If I was to go to the data model, it's quite empty here. There's a few things hidden. But the idea being that when you implement a template, you can add in specific data models if that's going to be reused as well. Certainly, for these purposes, we've got some standard visualizations with some best practice principles and a little bit of DAX thrown in to help things. So it's doing this part of the demonstration. It's not always that useful to demonstrate the actual template itself, because it's a bit of a working file, really. So I'll show you a kind of an end product, as it were, of using the template. But I think a couple of the things that haven't made it into that end product example is this scatter chart of KPIs as well, that you can kind of group different visuals together as one kind of effect. So yeah, that can be quite useful for grouping different visuals together. But let me open up now the I've got an example report here. You can see it's been a couple of months since I led this training, because it's taken a little bit longer to find me my showcase report yet. It's not that one. That one's to show.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, there was in here. It's in another workspace.
I had the same problem last time.
Yeah. That's all I had in there. There was, perhaps I've got it in my demos favourites. There we go. There we go. I think it must be that one. No, that's the old one. Oh, here we go. It's because it's called UK Female HE. Yeah, this is the one. Apologies for that. Right. So yeah, so this is an example of the report that's created by the template. So some of the things that features that were kind of inbuilt into the template that I was able to use here. So we've got in the title, we've got a little bit of a dynamic title here, so you can see the all years there. If I were to click on a particular year, then that updates there. So that's using a bit of DAX in the background. We've also got custom tooltips here that you can play around with your heart's content to create more charts perhaps tucked away or more information in the tooltip. We've also got custom headers which we use to tuck more information away. Again, that can be useful. So this particular one, we've got, that's been a bit buggy, that one. Not sure why that is. And certainly if I was to hover over here, you can see some further explanation. We've also got these icons, which are actually custom icons. So you can put icons in. There's a lot of default icons in Power BI. These particular icons are custom icons, which we've bespoke in our JSON file. So once you sort of play around in the JSON file and make those icons available, they'll appear in the icon sets as well as the Power BI default ones. The idea being, this is a bit similar to what Chris was showing earlier, where these icons are being used to highlight different subject areas that have underlying detail to look at. So if I was to then use our drill through functionality on that particular subject, that would give you just that subject. This one is psychology here, and it's flagging up that there's some red at the underlying subject levels. So although overall it's okay, there's other psychology subjects there that the growth is not as expected. Press the back button there. And of course we've got our cool help overlay, which comes as standard as part of that template as well, and you can bespoke this metadata as well. So this report normally could take a number of days to construct, with all the formatting and all the sort of bookmarks and everything that goes along with that. It actually took us a number of hours to get this to a workable state. So it kind of illustrates really how you can save time on your report development, and also create a standardization through that JSON file of your corporate branding and other formatting options. So that's templates for you. We do have our template for sale, which comes with 5 days of our consultant as well to help you implement that, get perhaps standard data models up and running, get your DAX measures up and running, and make the most of your report creation and speed up that report creation as well. So if you're interested, do reach out to myself or Chris, Tony, anyone to ask more about that. Okay, I think now I'm going to show a short video of some more data visualization. Let's practice. So let me just bear with me while I get my video link up and running. Now I think last time, Tony, if I remember, we opened the wrong link, so let me try.
Yes, we did.
Try doing the right one this time. Here we go. Alright, okay. I think this one, that looks correct, I think, isn't it, Tony?
It is, it's in the right place as well. Yep.
Okay, brilliant. I'm going to have to stop sharing and share with audio, so let me do that. Include computer sound, there we go. So by doing that, you should hear this video. If you don't hear it, then please do let me know. But I'm going to press the play button now, and we'll just have a couple of minutes of this video.
Family. So this is what I could display here. I put fertility rate here, number of children per woman, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to about 8 children per woman. We have very good data since 1960 about, on the size of families in all countries. The error margin is narrow. Here I put life expectancy at birth, from 30 years in some countries up to about 70 years. And 1962, there was really a group of countries here that was industrialized countries, and they had small families and long lives. And these were the developing countries. They had large families and they had relatively short lives. Now, what has happened since 1962? We want to see the change. Are the students right? It's still 2 types of countries? Or have these developing countries got smaller families and they live here? Or have they got longer lives and live up there? Let's see. We stop the world. And this is all UN statistics that has been available. Here we go. Can you see there? It's China. They're moving against better health. They're improving there. All the green Latin American countries, they are moving towards smaller families. The yellow ones here are the Arabic countries, and they get larger families, but longer lives, but not larger families. The Africans are the green down here, they still remain here. This is India. Indonesia is moving on pretty fast. And in the 80s here, you have Bangladesh still among the African countries there, but not Bangladesh. It's a miracle that happens in the 80s. The imams start to promote family planning, and they move up into that corner. And in 90s, we have the terrible HIV epidemic that takes down the life expectancy of the African countries, and all the rest of the world moves up into the corner where we have long lives and small family, and we have a completely new world.
Hey, so that was Hans Roslin in a presentation at a TED conference. I think that was back in 2006. The best stats you've ever seen, I think it was called. And he was a very well-renowned statistician, as well as other things. And he developed breakthroughs in innovative visualizations. And he co-founded the Gapminder organisation, which I think, Tony, we've got a link for that you can share in the chat window. Do recommend...
One second, I'll have that in there.
Thanks, Tony. Do recommend having a bit of a dig round to see the free resources there. They basically like to show worldwide facts and trends through publicly available data collections to dispel common myths that we might have heard about the state of the world. So yeah, definitely worth checking out. He was also a sword swallower, which he demonstrated in another talk. Both Tony and I haven't mastered that particular skill as of yet. I don't know if you've got any plans to, but that was certainly a fact about him that I was definitely interested in. But why have we shown you this? So we've shown you this partly due to the fact that you can achieve this effect in Power BI that Hans just went through there quite eloquently. And actually, let me open up the report that my colleague has done in Power BI, which kind of replicates the effect there. So he used the same UN statistics data source, I believe. I'm trying to click on the demo dashboard here, and it's not playing ball for some reason. I'm trying to refresh that. Okay.
Try clicking on the heading, Steve. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, there you go. I don't know if it was that or whether it just kicked into gear, but yeah, thanks, Tony. Brilliant. So this is a visualization that our colleague did in Power BI, and let me full screen that. And again, get rid of that line. So this is the birth rate and life expectancy by country over time. And this is done using the scatter chart visual. which has this play option. So this isn't using the custom play axis that was in your lab. This is actually this is the only standard visual which has a play option, which is pretty cool for presentations. And there's a couple of things that we can do that Hans wasn't able to do in his presentation there. So what we could do is we could perhaps select a country here and click on it. I'll select another country as well from a different continent, perhaps. Yeah, why not? Let's choose Philippines there. So you can see the different continents at the top there. If I press the play button now, you can see the two countries that I've pressed. It has this kind of breadcrumb trail effect. You can see for those particular ones their progress through time there. Obviously all the rest of the countries are kind of going through the years there as well, and you've got the kind of population sizes denoted by the size of the circle. You've got probably the large China and India that are the largest populations there. But yeah, so that's a little bit different to what we saw before. And you can also select a particular continent as well and see for that continent. I mean, it is quite busy, but you can see a general trend amongst continents of their journey. I think it's safe to say that the European ones, pretty much most of them started pretty high up in the life expectancy and low birth rates, and continue to do so as well. So yeah, there's also a blog that goes along with this visual that we can share in the chat window. I don't know if you've got that to hand, Tony. But if not, I'm not sure if Tony's still with us or not. I'll put that in the chat window as well, and that talks a little bit more about how our colleague went about producing that particular effect there. Okay, so okay, great, yeah, brilliant. So that kind of wraps us up really to what we wanted to show you today. And been putting plenty of links in the chat as well for further research and whatnot. So I think we can go to our Q&A section. So I think there's probably a few things that we can talk about that was mentioned earlier. But obviously, if there's any new questions that you want to talk about, then please let me know. Okay, let me just minimize that for now anyway. So yeah, great. So I think there was a few points that was raised. Can't remember who raised them now, but let me see if I can see in the previous history of the chat. It was around about, was it Alex, I think, or Alan? It was Alan actually. Apologies for that. So yeah, Alan, you had a few detailed questions there about putting in data from SQL. I was going to try to go through those, but it might be worth. There's 4 questions that you've said here. So the first one, you're saying about using SQL to pull data from some systems, from several tables. Some queries put in data from the same set of tables but filtering differently. Is it more efficient to set up a view, put in information from those tables, and then filter multiple times on that table instead? So I think Tony sort of mentioned about the general rule of thumb of if you can set up things in the source system before it hits Power BI, then that's definitely going to help the performance of your Power BI report. Certainly, you should try your best to minimize the amount of data that you pull into Power BI if you don't need it. So it sounds like if you're filtering different tables, then it could be a more prudent way to perhaps set up a set of views in SQL and bring those into Power BI in that method, perhaps, and link those together if that's what's required. Rather than, you could bring in a very, very large table, let's say, and then perhaps use complicated DAX to start filtering tables. I think you could then come quite quickly up into some performance issues, things slowing down. So it sort of depends on the size of the amount of rows that we're talking about here as well, and also the sort of the skill sets of your team. I don't know, not sort of clear on whether you're the one doing the SQL manipulation or whether you need to instruct others, but certainly from an efficiency point of view and performance point of view, if you can minimize the amount of data through your source system to pull into Power BI, then that's a good route to go by, and creating views to do that. The second question, I think, is a little bit similar. I have a report where I need to filter 2 date fields. So what is the best way to put this into SQL? So obviously you can create conditions in SQL to be able to define your date periods, because you're saying that you don't want end users to be able to tweak that filter, basically. So is it a sort of a static period, but based upon a dynamic formula? Is that what you're after there, Alan? Or
This is, at the moment, it's inception date field and expiry date field, and reports run once a month, and at the moment it's done through a spreadsheet that's attached to an Access database. So month-end data put in the spreadsheet, and then when everything's refreshed, it's looking at anything inception date prior to 31st of December and expiry date after 31st of December. And obviously once it gets through to February, it'll be looking at end of January's data.
So would you not then want to go back and look at previous? So again, the principle of just putting in the minimum data at any one time, if that's relevant, then it would be better to restrict that perhaps in the SQL database. If you do need to, in Power BI, look back historically still, then you might want to choose the either Power Query or DAX options to get that dynamic date filtering action. But yeah, certainly you can publish a dashboard or a report without filters and slices being enabled. So that might give you the greatest level of flexibility, is to have it in either Power Query or your data model via DAX, and then just restrict the publishing of the actual report there in their Power BI service.
Yeah, okay.
Then number 3, I have a report that has claims which could have multiple currencies. So this, it sounds like a data modeling type task, this. So it sounds like you've got, for what could be the same claim, duplicate rows occurring with different currencies. Is that right? Or something along those lines?
That's correct. I mean, mainly it's sterling and euros, but the idea is to prioritise or keep the sterling claim. It also might be a case of like a sterling row and a Turkish lira row.
Yeah. So yeah, probably the best part or best stage to deduplicate would be at the Power Query stage, and that would you could do it in the data modeling stage. It sort of depends how many duplicates we're talking here, I suppose. I think yeah, I'm just trying to visualize how it would work. With the claim, so you'd have an individual claim number, I assume. Would that be different for the different rows?
No, it'd be the same claim number.
Right. Okay.
And all the data would be the same. The only thing that would be different is the currency field.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, one way you could do it is you pull in your data, and you would use a filter context DAX calculation, and you could so it'd be using, say, the calculate function as well as and you would reference the field that you want to deduplicate on. And in that sense, you would pick the correct row, basically, is what you want to do, isn't it? There is a method to do it in Power Query, which is a little bit more reliant on a bit of tweaking of the M query code as well, which I've done, but it's hard to kind of explain.
Yeah, my problem is that there are, within the table, there could be claims that just have euros as currency. So it's not just a case of simple only bring back sterling claims.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is a bit tricky. Yeah, so you'd have to then put additional logic, perhaps an if statement of if it's referencing it to yeah, you'd have to sort of create a subset of based upon the claim number would give you your subset in the calculation, and it would have to assess whether it had a GBT row in, and to select that. Otherwise, perhaps I don't know how you would select it. Otherwise, would it just be the latest? Would it have the latest date, or it's exactly the same? Do you have a business on it? If it doesn't have that current GBT currency, which row is the right row? If you see what I mean, if you've got multiple rows.
Yeah. I mean, if there's duplicates, in this case, there's always a row that's in sterling, and then there'll be subsequent rows that are in another currency. So it's always just trying to remove the duplicates that aren't against sterling currency.
Yeah, you probably want to sort of classify, maybe in another table, your different currencies, and have a column what you would call your reported currency, which in your case would be GBT, and then perhaps you could create in your data model some kind of reference to say for each row, is it the reporting currency, GBT? If it's not, then ignore it. As part of a sub-query, and then you get all your GBT rows, and then you could have a similar kind of process of, is there any claims that aren't within that subset, and get the other rows in because you don't have a GBT row. This is quite a complicated requirement.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of talking it on the fly of how you could possibly go about it. I'm hoping it kind of shows that there's tricky scenarios that can crop up, and there's not there's more than one way to crack it, I suppose. But yeah, that one is definitely a bit of a tricky one. It's a shame Tony went, actually, because he leads a data modelling course, which he may well have come across this kind of data modelling issue. a little bit in a little bit more detail. So I'll see if we can follow up with an email as well, Alan.
Okay, thanks,
Some
Simon.
points. And then the last one I think is so we use a few Access databases to pull data from multiple spreadsheets. Is Access still the best way to go about this? Yeah, probably not. I think you could probably use Power BI to probably perform a lot of what you're doing in Access there, I would guess anyway. What sort of transformations, apart from bringing the data together, is there any sort of transformations that are going on you could probably do in Power Query instead?
Not really. It's more data that's coming from multiple departments in the company. So they're basically done by regions, and then each of the spreadsheets has got a new business and renewal tab for each month of the year, which obviously gets updated daily. And then what we're trying to do is put all of that information together that then is combined into one spreadsheet, which is then pulled into a Power BI report that's published on a dashboard.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But that's one of the pages within the dashboard, but there are multiple pages that are also putting data from, for instance, Salesforce and some claims and policy systems as well.
Yeah, is there a reason why you're not using Power BI to pull that in all together? Is it?
I don't know whether it's more to do with its historical. I've only been at the company 3 months, so the actual spreadsheets that they're currently using, I've been told that they've been trying to get rid of them for quite some time, but they're still being used.
The transition process can be difficult, can't it? It's there's many aspects to it, not least to mention sort of cultural aspects of what people are used to doing as well. So if you
end users not wanting to move away from what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. You need to kind of give the added value or added benefit to dangle the carrot, really.
Exactly. That's in some cases that's some of the stuff we're trying to do. I work with a colleague that at the moment tries to put information in, whether it's in via Access and Excel, and what we're trying to do is move it towards Power BI, so that we can just get the data published, and then they can pull the data from the reports that we're sending across.
I mean, certainly from a technology point of view, it sounds like you could pull it all together via Power BI rather than have that intermediary step. But it's all the other sort of governance and governance controls and cultural aspects and different things like that is harder quite often to and also skill sets as well. It takes time for people to move to new tool sets.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think that's part of it. But yeah, definitely, I would generally say you're right in your assumption that if you can get rid of the access part, all the better, and you can perhaps link straight to Salesforce or spreadsheets directly and combine them within a Power BI data model, and then share that data set perhaps with the relevant people to create your reports.
We do have quite a few reports that could probably use the same data sets.
Yeah, exactly. That is the trouble, isn't it? If you've got a lot of Excel sheets going on and people can be doing different calculations, there's a lack of perhaps central transparency on what goes on in different areas of the business, and different answers can often appear at exec level, and that's not a position you want to be in. So
exactly, and we're trying to force through formulas aren't allowed to be changed.
Yeah.
So there's only input fields that someone can input all data into, and the rest is all in the base already.
I mean, that's the other aspect as well. You're probably going to have some users that are used to that level of independence. They want to do, what they want to do, and that's another part of the cultural shift of, okay, why does someone want to give up their rights to be able to do something? Well, what's in it for them a little bit, and whatnot. Because maybe people are spending a long time trying to reconcile figures, because there's different reports being created, and different stories being told that contradict one another. So it's a common theme that we come across.
Yeah, no,
so you're not alone.
The reports and publish them in our teams. So.
Yeah. But good to hear you're on the right sort of mindset track anyway. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Alan. No worries. Just scrolling down to see if there's any other questions. Apologies if I miss anything, but I can see something from Georgina here. Previously, my team have been able to share reports and dashboards. Others who do not have Power BI through the publish to web public link. Okay. This created a web link. However, these don't seem to be working anymore. They display this content isn't available when produced. Are you aware if this feature is still allowing those without Power BI? Yeah, they should be able to. Yeah. Obviously, like I said earlier, it's a limited use case with the web public. Obviously, you can only share stuff that you're willing to share with in the public domain there, but it could be a different issue that's affecting people accessing that. Have you tried republishing it, Georgina, to the web service?
We did have a change in person who was creating the reports in the first place, so whether it's an issue with the file name or the access to the file, I'm not sure, but it is a recent issue since that individual left. So I just didn't know whether it was still something that we could do or whether it's something internal that we need to look into.
Yeah, no, that capability is still there. So I would sway towards perhaps there's something going on with that particular report that needs bug fixing. It's the trouble when someone leaves an organisation. Sometimes it's not always seamless, is it, of handing over those business processes, and these things can happen. But yeah, certainly you should still be able to access the web public reports without a license. We can't share recordings from today, unfortunately, Victoria. Microsoft are very strict with us in sharing of this training day. Obviously, you put it on for free for them, and they kind of rely on people signing up for this training day. So, afraid not. But yeah, all the material that you downloaded is obviously yours to keep and take away. And I think within the material you've got a slide deck there as well to remind you of the different parts of today. Are there written instructions on how to recreate the visual? So you're interested in that as well. I mean, I don't have handwritten instructions on that one, but certainly, like I said, it was done using the scatter chart visual, and I shared the blog that my colleague wrote alongside that, so that should point you in the right direction. I think he's got the data sources that he used in the blog there. So by all means, download it. Also, I'm going to email out once we've finished today, and I'll give you the data source for the UK fuel prices as well. Demo that we showed you, so you can go in and play around with that. It's quite a simple data set, but you can have a go at that. Thanks for everyone for staying to the end of today. I know it's probably been a long day, a lot of new information to take on board, but great to see questions still coming in. Sue says, question on fiscal quarter group working on a dashboard for quarterly data, each quarter to go into a fiscal quarter group, but it starts at 1000/01 Q1. Bearing in mind we're in. Right, okay. So that's the year, is it? Starting at the year.
That's the year, and I have to do loads of scrolling.
Yeah. Are you helping to sort of tweak the development of the report at the back end of the report, or is this more the front end on the Power BI service?
On the front end, so
right.
Yes. So it's a new role for me. So I've been given that report to work on.
Oh, okay. Is there not a filter available for you to be able to filter out? Sometimes, if the filter's available, it would be on the right-hand side, I think, of the report view. And if it's not available, maybe you can ask for it to become available. And then you should be able to just select perhaps the previous 4 or 5 years or whatever time period you're interested in. Even better than that, though, is for whoever developed the report to actually fix that, because that sounds like it's starting at a bit of a nonsense value there, and they kind of need to restrict the or filter out the date values. So you can kind of think of it as how in your learning you create that date table. They've probably got something similar that they're using, and they've probably created a custom column with the fiscal dates in, based upon the relevant date in the data, and so that's how they define the quarters there. So all they would need to do is perhaps redefine that formula a little bit, just to start at the relevant date rather than going back to the year 1000, which I don't think I've seen any data set go back to, as far as I know.
Thank you very much.
We're just finishing.
No worries.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot of thanks. So like to see that it's been a useful day for you all. Thank you today. Could you put the links shared in the chat today into the email? Yeah, there will be a lot of links in the email that I send out as well. That will be in there. And if there's no other questions, I think. Yeah, I mean, with regards to the blog, it might not detail exactly how to. Well, we don't have step-by-step instructions, but hopefully it gives you the data source and a little bit about the technique of how it was developed. But yeah, we don't sort of necessarily have the PBIX files and the step-by-step instructions to share with you. But yeah, hopefully you've all found that a useful session. We've pretty much come up to the 5 o'clock. I think that was a useful Q&A section as well. I think we covered quite a bit more. But I will let you go. And best of luck in your Power BI journeys. You're probably near the start of that journey. There's a lot. I'm still learning. Tony's still learning. They're constantly updating features, and both in the service and on desktop. So the survey or questionnaire will be emailed to you by Microsoft. So that should be coming shortly. I'll also email shortly as well with some of those links and just some end of day information for you. So feel free to reach out if you have any further queries after today. But otherwise, I will bid you a good evening, and hope to speak to some of you at some point in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a brilliant day. You guys have been amazing. So thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you, Victoria. That's really lovely to hear. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Steve. Really good.